let's get on with it. 3, 2, 1, we're almost ready. Are you ready? Go, go, go! Green, and away we go. Summer Series 25 drivers streaming down into turn 1, and already Wilco looks like he's got the jump on Albert and takes the lead, but Albert is not done with yet. He's going to go around there. Sexy Rexy, yibbida, folks, down there in 4th, and all the while this is giving Wilco the chance to pull out in front. Themselves up here in the opening lap, but Bob, it's been hectic, but not quite as hectic as what I thought it would be. Down the inside of Sideways, is it going to work, Bob, or is it going to end in tears? I think it's come off. Yes, it has. And it's Wilco with a nose in front as we come through to complete the lap. Sideorg, our winner from last week and championship leader, King in there as well. And don't tell me Wilco could have gone from 1st to 3rd in a matter of corners here, Bob. I reckon he's lost the lead and he could be down to 3rd by the end of the opening lap. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you're watching right around the world. It's a race day. It's time. The time has arrived, and the time is 3:30 p.m., a little bit after, in fact, here Eastern time. But wherever you're watching from, it's the GamerGearDirect LifeLine 4 hours of Kyalami. And a big hello to everybody who's already jumped on and joined us. Happy birthday, Sofa King, up there, the man from Bathurst, 36 today. And Sideorg, hello there, Matt Simmons, really more of a Sideorg fan. And Sideorg saying, you can try and woo me, but he knows my true allegiances as I welcome a man who, needs no introduction. He's from South Australia. He's a multiple champion here in the sim racing world. And this month, the entirety of this month is something very close to his heart. Charity month. I speak of the Nigerian prince himself, Chuck Cameron Norris. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Trev. Good afternoon, everybody. We're here for the GamerGearDirect Lifeline at 4 hours of Kyalami. It's going to be a good one. We've got plenty of good sponsors on board. So I do want to just give a quick thank you to GamerGearDirect and SimRigs as well. They've been kind enough to offer up some prizes. We're going to be giving away 2 Moser R5 wheelbases to our Shakedown PC drivers on Tuesday. But our drivers here today, they're up for grabs to win one of 3 $100 gift vouchers, Trev. So it's going to be a good one. We've got 30 seconds on the clock, and boy, it's going to be a good and long day.
It certainly is. That we might even jump into one of those spins right now. What do you say, Voodoo, with 20 seconds to go?
Yeah, might as well. Let's give her a spin.
What the hell? Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Step right up here. It's time to win a wonderful gift voucher with thanks to our beautiful sponsors, simrigs.com. Who's it going to be? Twitchy Messick. It's coming. Here we go. Step right up. It's Vert Wheeler. Vert Wheeler has won. Ding, 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 ding. And we have a winner early on, and we haven't even started the race yet, Prince.
Yeah, that's it. Congratulations to Vert Wheeler, the first winner of our $100 gift voucher to SimRigs. We'll be in contact with you a little bit later on, but we've got 2 more to give away. But you're going to have to stay tuned for that one, because we're going to be drawing that over the course of the 4 hours. But our drivers, they're getting ready and they're getting underway, Trevor.
I'm nervous. Voodoo. I don't know how you're feeling. You've been in this situation. You've done plenty of sim racing throughout the course of your sim racing career. But what are these drivers feeling at the moment? As Nemo saying, goodness gracious me, we've been put into the pits. And Lewis is nervous. There's 3 cars in the pits. What is happening here? We're already on the formation lap, and we've got drivers and teams in the pit lane, Voodoo.
Yeah, so I wonder whether we've got some drivers that must have forgotten to hit drive. So unfortunately, there's going to be no reversing time on this one, and they're going to be having to start from pit lane. So unfortunate for them.
Unfortunate, not an ideal start. As we see the drivers, 52, I think, 53 of them, 52. And Nemo saying there that they did hit drive. There are 3 cars in the pits, they did hit drive. And Glasso saying he's got them pre-race jitters as we look at our pole man. And Sidorg, a latecomer as well. And what a classy driver to be jumping in the seat of that car, Prince, before the start of this race.
Yeah, so a lot of these drivers are definitely going to be putting their somewhat best driver in the car first to try and extend somewhat of a lead. You know, these drivers are also fighting out for a championship, but today they're also fighting out for a good cause. So one thing I just want everybody to keep in mind is a lot of our drivers have decided to bring out some special liveries in support of mental health today. So do be sure to keep an eye out of those liveries and let us know if you've got any backstories behind them.
And look at the drivers streaming around on the formation lap. And the time for waiting is over, Prince. This is going to be an absolutely fantastic race. Buckle up for the next 4 hours of action around this beautiful Kyalami circuit here. The GamerGearDirect LifeLine Kyalami 4 hours is coming your way very, very shortly, Prince. I know it's one that you've been waiting for all month. And it is back to almost about to get underway here as congratulations to Vert Wheeler. Just confirming they're winning draw number 1 out of 3. He gets a $100 gift voucher thanks to our sponsor, Sim Rigs. And Nemo is not too happy down there at the back. I think he might even be in pit lane. We'll go back to our pole man for Hoon Corp Racing as we get ready to get underway here. The talking is over. It's time for the serious action here, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost ready to go for this Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series round of the GamerGearDirect LifeLine Kyalami 4-hour race is almost ready to go. We hope you're ready at home. It's green, it is go. 4 hours of action coming your way. Hooncorp, not a great start off the line. And you can see go, go, go as Sidorg, who's into this race here at late notice, tries to go around the outside, but I think he's got the move done and he's into P1 here at the moment. And then it's Willstar for FTSC slotting into third. Our pole man now down to second off the starting line, and it looks like everybody, almost everybody's got away cleanly except for those guys starting out of the pit lane, Prince.
Yeah, so those guys starting from the pit lane due to whatever happened, you know, they're not really in a bad position. These guys are all going to be battling, so they'll be right into it soon enough. But Twitchy, unfortunately, like you said, Trev, he got an unfortunate start there. He got a bit swamped. Sidorg got a great move, and he's in a P1. So Twitchy's going to have a little bit running for him at the moment, but Sidorg, he doesn't look like he's getting away with it.
And you can see still on the opening lap of this 4-hour race. That's right, 4 hours. As we come through turns 10 and 11 for the first time, heading towards the long sweeping turn 12 at Mineshaft, and then it's the Crocodiles at turn 13. And that sounds quite nasty, doesn't it? But everybody getting away reasonably cleanly here as Twitchy looking to make moves here towards the end of lap 1, but he's not going to get through there. Turns 14 and 15, very easy to go wide there as we come around the final corner to complete the opening lap at Sidorg for BCG1. Twitchy not too far behind him. Willstar now a few tenths further back, and then it's Sofa King, the birthday boy, 36 years of age today, and he knows about motorsport. Prince, born and bred up on Mount Panorama at Bathurst. Doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, definitely doesn't. I saw a picture actually posted into the Discord saying that he was admiring the views before his race today. So yeah, they did look good, I got to admit. But these drivers though, they're having a great race so far. I see there's been very minor, if any, incidents. There's been none at all so far. So the guys from pit lane have also joined onto the back of the queue as well, which is good to see. So this is shaping up. If this is the first opening laps of our 4 hours of Kyalami here today, Trev, this is going to be a wild one, isn't it?
Absolutely spot on. Absolutely 100%. As Ricardo says, good morning, Aussies. Big hello to you, Ricardo. Hope you're enjoying the Grand Prix weekend over there. Nemo, good job, Sideorg. As we see Fly Sky, the man recruited into FTSC2 after flying solo for the opening few rounds. And you can see, watch the cheetah curb, says Rain of Fire there. And Fiona, go FTSC, go. Fiona, one of our regulars here on the stream. Great to have you with us this afternoon. Clean start, good job, everyone. And Drelly, first time he says, I have never seen a crash in the first 3 corners. And Voodoo getting amongst it there in the chat. Keep those comments coming in. We'd love to hear from you. As Wilco, who started outside, famous, oh, Little Mac running wide there at turn 15. We said, watch the cheetah curb, lads, and Wilco is through it. Now his side, his squad up to 6th place after starting outside the top 10. Impressive stuff, Voodoo.
Yeah, they're very impressive to be up 4 positions, but we do have to keep in mind, I believe there was maybe 1 or 2 cars up the front pecking order of the grid on the start that had to start from pit lane. So they've gotten 1 or 2 freebies out of that, but other than that, Wilco's been putting in some good moves. So I was going to jump in a little while ago and say, you know, the cheetah curb, I'm surprised hasn't caught anybody out yet. And, you know, we saw a brief moment. So thankfully it wasn't a big one. You know, it was collectible. But all our drivers, though, Trev, having some good battles early on here.
Absolutely fantastic to see as we take a look at CFD. Stu Wilson, what a turnout, Prince. 24 teams, 50+ drivers here tonight. As Ricardo says, oh yes, 100%. It's one big festival over there. And don't they love Max over there? Great to hear from you. And good, mate. What about yourself? And what a chap Ricardo is over there, as there's Jimmy Payload there running wide. Just not quite delivering that payload adequately. And Vert Wheeler, the man who's sitting on a $100 gift voucher, if you don't mind, he'll be sitting pretty there in 22nd and feeling pretty good about life, albeit outside the top 20.
Yeah, so he'd be probably thinking, what am I going to be getting with that $100 gift voucher? But he's going to have to wait to think about that, because he's got to keep his car on the track, as he had a brief moment not too long ago. So, Mr. Vert Wheeler, keep those eyes on the track and focus on the globe. Oh, cheetah curb almost got him there, Trev. It's commentator's curse is going to get us at some point over the course of the next hour, I think.
Commentator's curse in real time. They're doing its best work. And Fiona, Princess Fiona, says, here we go, fellas. Huge thanks to the admins and commentary team from Rixie and Fiona. And not sure if Fiona actually talks like that as Team Little Bear. Oh, getting very close there to Saint Sim. And we have a redemption of the commentary cam. We have a redemption of the commentary cam. And that is very early on. We're going to check out the Lamborghini, and we will do the commentary. I think I've still got this connected up, Prince. I'll just wait and see here, but look how close this battle is. We've got the Soul Lamborghini getting some airtime here, Prince, and right amongst a sandwich of about 6 or 7 cars there at the moment.
Yeah, so it is nice to see a Soul Lamborghini fighting it out here. And I've got to admit, I do like the colours on this car, and I wouldn't mind actually knowing, you know, what some of the colours are symbolising and what they're representing, because like we were talking at the start of the race here, a lot of drivers did get behind the cause by, you know, spicing up their livery a little bit to represent a cause closer to their heart within mental health, and maybe somebody that they've lost along the way. So, like we say, it's nice to see a Lamborghini, and the livery looks just as good.
As we try and get some commentary cam action, let's just have a look here. It's been redeemed, and there it is. How good is that? As car 111 is off, we're hearing Prince. What is happening there? I think it might be Heath, and they've had a moment there at CS Racing.
Yeah, possibly the cheetah curb coming to bite. So, or the crocodile curb wasn't it? Coming to bite. So, unfortunately, that looks like heavy damage on the front of that car. So, hopefully, it's not too difficult to handle. Hopefully, he can get it through the stint and repair the car before the next driver jumps in.
And we're hearing from Nemo. He says it was the hairpin before the cheetah curb. So the Leo Cop 10 and 11, I think, don't you, Prince, before we get into that long sweeping mineshaft corner. And you weren't too far off, Nigerian Prince. It's the crocodile before the cheetah. And that is not a space I want to be involved in. That sounds like it could get very serious, as I've got to say. And thank you, Kings Racing, for the $25 donation to LifeLine. Greatly appreciating your support here this afternoon and into this evening. And Rain of Fire says he got a little bit flustered when that new cam popped up. And I've got to say, Cam, the cam is making people nervous, Cam.
Yeah, there's a bit too much cam on cam at the moment. So,
a little bit of cam on cam action. Cam. And
yeah,
that's
too many cams.
Is that the that's not the emergency call, is it, when you're flying an aircraft, or is that pan or cam? But
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
just if everybody watching out there could only cams, yeah, that's we could start this up, couldn't we? But let me just tell you, rate my Fernando Alonso T-shirt out of 10. GP2 engine, GP2. And you can see there. Wow, this battle for the lead. And, it's on here. It's on down into turn 1. I think we're going to see Twitchy he's going to be making some moves here very, very shortly on Sidorg. But Sidorg, that's the widest outer you'll see in Africa anywhere this afternoon, Prince. This is getting intense.
Yeah, this is getting intense. So Sidorg not leaving any doors open. He's definitely making his notes made here. But Twitchy's got the purple lap of the race so far. So we've got one man that just wants to defend, and we've got one man that just wants to get past. So this is either going to end in tears or, end well. So this is a good battle, though. This is what we want early on in the race.
And you can see we'll keep you updated throughout the course of the race on the Lifeline donations and the commentary cam. But this battle is where it's at the moment, through the crocodiles onto the cheetahs. Watch those cheetah curbs. As you can see, change in elevation there. They are very savage, those curbs, Prince, as we see through the final corner. This is a battle that's not going to show any signs of slowing up. And Nemo says, does Twitchy even realise that there's 4 hours left in this race? Still plenty of time to go, Prince, and you don't want to be doing anything too silly here.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, these guys almost feel like, I personally almost feel like I'm a little bit with Nemo here. It feels like a sprint race, you know what I mean? Like, just the way these drivers are just tackling this 4 hours early on, it just feels like a sprint race. I'm going to feel sorry for their tyres, once they hit that halfway mark, though.
And it's certainly not a sprint, it's a marathon here. And anything can happen here this afternoon. Be sure of that, but that is so tight at the front, isn't it, Prince? What will be going through Sidorg's mind here at the moment? We know that he's a well-accomplished racer on the GT World Circuit and on the world stage, but surely, especially around a track as demanding as this one, that's got to be applying every bit of pressure to him here.
Yeah, exactly. The pressure's going to amount to quite a bit. I think he's got it in him to be able to hold it off. He's just come back from Amsterdam, I believe, from doing the Gran Turismo. Something to do with Gran Turismo over there. Trev, you might know a little bit more about it than me. But the amount of pressure that he had to deal with there is probably amounting to about the same as what he's dealing with right now. So I think he might be a little bit accustomed to it recently.
I certainly think he would be. He's got plenty of experience as Twitchy with the fastest lap. He is absolutely stuck to the back of that number 33 Audi. Not quite a moment there for Sidorg, but he doesn't get the best of exits out of the final corner. And now Twitchy will get to some of the other battles happening throughout the field very shortly. But now here's an opportunity for Twitchy. I think he's a bit too far back on this occasion. Nemo saying these two have some history, And then Woody Lizard, good afternoon to you, wherever you're watching. A bit of South Africa racing before the Aussies take on the Proteas at the Proteas cricket team at the end of the month. Don't we love our South Africans, Prince?
Yeah, we definitely sure do. We've got a couple of regular South Africans around here, don't we?
We certainly do, and I'm sure they love listening to me talk like that, but Twitchy very close there, and it's hard to take our eyes off of this one. And Woody Lizard and Hyperdrift HKS says Audi straight line speed insane. And you can see the straight line speed before your eyes there, ladies and gentlemen. Wilco for Kings Racing up to 6th, and I think he started 12th, so he's halfway there. And he's currently in P6. Figo for Pony Club.
Fantastic!
And Legit Kiwi is now following the channel, and we didn't even tell them to follow the channel, Prince. How good is that?
Yeah, it's definitely a great one. Legit Kiwi, welcome to the stream and welcome to the family here. I just want to throw it out there. Anybody else that might be in chat that's contemplating hitting that follow button, I'm definitely looking at you right now, and I can see your little fingers slowly moving towards the mouse to drag it towards that follow button, and you feel yourself slowly pressing it, and you click the follow button, and we get really excited. We get really excited, don't we, Fred?
You sound like you're getting very excited there, Prince. I'm not sure quite what you were talking about there, but I was feeling slightly excited as well. And just calm down there as Glasso saying that there's a stop-go penalty for car number 77 and team 77. I'm not sure what that was all about, but thank you, Ted Glasso, for pointing that out. And they are down in 23rd, and they are going to have to come into the pits. They're already 2 laps down on the timing screens, Prince. Not a good start to this one for them in the opening 15 minutes.
Yeah, the stop-go 30 is definitely going to hurt them, so we might see him come in and clear it now as we do. And hopefully these guys can get back into it, because I wonder how they got it. You know, track limits is something that I find it very hard to get here. You know, but this battle in T1 though, Trev, this is getting intense here.
As Pyridonite has joined the family. Thank you for following. My goodness me, the followers are coming in thick and fast. Oh my goodness!
Oh.
Was that a bit of argy-bargy there, Cameron?
Oh, I think so. You know, he's gotten past now. I think these guys have been racing pretty fair and pretty clean for a little while, and you know, I think a little bit of door banging ain't gonna go too bad. As Sidehog now down the inside. 2 don't go into 1 here, Trev.
Oh,
don't go into 1.
Not through Cheetah. They don't. Watch those curbs
God,
at Cheetah.
they made it work.
And they made it work. I reckon, like the late great Peter Brock would say, bite off more than you can chew, Cameron, and chew like hell. And now Sidehog's back in the lead on lap 9 of this race, and we're only 16 minutes in. Goodness gracious me, where on earth do you look at the start of this race, because there is action everywhere? And now they're coming up on Dask, who's just completed his stop-go penalty, but my goodness gracious Jesus Mavis, it is absolutely on, hammer and balls at the front.
Yeah, this has been some great racing that we've been seeing from these two. This has been something, you know, like we said, it was almost feels like a sprint race for these guys. And, you know, the more these guys battle, which is going to be great for us, the more Fly Sky and, you know, Sofa King and those guys are slowly going to be catching back up. So this is going to get intense, but Dask is also finding himself in a bit of a predicament now as well. He's kind of going to get lapped again, I believe, and then put himself in a bit of a tricky situation between more of the front runners. So yeah, it's not looking good for that car, is it?
And it is not looking good for car 77, but I've got to say, I cannot take my 2 eyeballs and retinas off this battle, because first versus second, Sidehog versus Twitchy, and they are exchanging the lead every single lap, almost every corner here, 17 minutes into this race, and I do not know where to look as we come through the crocodiles and the cheetahs and the safari curbs and whatever they're bloody called, because around the final corner we go here at turn 16, and I reckon he's lining him up for another go here.
Yeah, lining him up for another run here, but like we did see before, the Ferrari doesn't quite have it compared to the Audi on the straight, which I'm surprised about actually. But Sidorg did have a bit of assistance from Dask with a bit of tow down the home straight. So this battle is constantly going on, but I do see a couple of other battles a little bit further down. I see Figo is right on the money here, so this might be another battle that we keep an eye on for a little bit, and maybe we come back to Twitchy and Sidorg a little bit later.
And let's take a look at the drivers lower down the order. In sixth place, oh, but for how long? I was about to say sixth place for Jason Wilkinson, but Figo is around the outside and putting all sorts of pressure on to Jason Wilkinson, and Aaron's involved as well for Robbins Racing. And you can just hear the team radio from Figo's point of view, can't you? He pushed me off the track. He pushed me off the track, guys. He pushed me off the track. And there we have it. But look at Nemo, who's having fish and chips. Fish and chips for dinner. And Woody Lizard says tartar sauce or a big wedge of lemon. And fish and chips just feeding into the stereotypes, Prince, as we look at this sexy battle continuing.
Fish and chips actually does sound quite nice. You're making me hungry. I haven't had any food yet, and I'm really looking forward to it. But this battle, though, like Figo was putting a bit of pressure on Mr. Wilco's son, and we know Mr. Wilco's son caves in a little bit to some of the pressure sometimes, Trev.
He certainly does, as Ricardo says, I'm having stroopwafels for dinner, and that is just feeding into it. Feeding into it, as Nemo says, barbecue sauce on fish and chips. What the bloody hell's wrong with you? Give yourself a slap. Yeah, slapping Nemo, and that's probably not something we endorse here. But Figo now is just a second down from Wilco. Jesus, what's happening? I've missed something. But Wilco back up into sixth place.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Wilco. I want to not talk about you for a second. I want to talk about these waffles. Trev, have you seen Stroop waffles?
It's something I want to Google, but I'm a little bit too afraid to. As if we can get
it look good.
The Stroop waffles look very good, Ricardo. Thank you for sending those through. And imagine spending a weekend with Ricardo in Amsterdam. That would be very entertaining. But look at this, Twitchy. Oh my goodness me! There is a magnet in the back of that Audi. In fact, he's through almost with the nose in front, heading up towards the hill and down to turn 10. Wow, this is showing no signs of letting up here, Nigerian Prince. And we're only 20 minutes into this race. 3 hours and 39 minutes of this action to go.
Yeah, this battle is, I think, just going to continue right the way through it until people come in a pit lane, which is going to be good because I'm looking forward to seeing whether they both come out of pit lane to resume the battle or whether they do a driver swap, because if all of the team members are equally as good, in terms of being as close to each other as possible like this, then that could be one crazy finale to the end of this one. But we've got to get there first, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this battle kind of develops over the upcoming laps. And
you can see there, oh, so close. And I don't think you could fit a Dutch waffle between the two of them, because the gap is 0.2 of a second as we go into lap 12 of this race. And my goodness, Fiona saying go Borough, and Princess Fiona as thank you, Fiona, for $25 being donated to LifeLine. We greatly appreciate your support. And stick around for the next 3 hours and 38 minutes of racing action as Twitchy runs slightly wide there, but no harm done as he continues his pursuit of Sidorg. Fly Sky there in second. He's got a bit of traffic ahead of him. And then it's the Bathurst birthday boy in fourth in Sofa King for JB Racing. Then it's Will Star a little bit further back. And then Jason Wilkinson not making any inroads down there in P6. I think he's been doing a lot of looking in the mirrors, Prince, because he's got Figo and Aaron right up his Dutch waffle ginger.
Yeah, he has. He's got a lot of pressure behind him, but he's also not too far away from Will Star and that battle ahead. So first off, he's got to kind of just keep the pace and slowly claw his way up. But looking in your mirrors is also something that I don't know, I get a little bit nervous sometimes and spend too long looking at them in my in my mirror, but this battle I think is going to be something that we see develop over the upcoming laps, and I wonder whether Figo might challenge him. You know, might maybe 2 laps away, maybe.
As let's keep going through the order, and Sparky, and look at this bunch. Wow, what a ragtag bunch of misfits we've got here. I probably shouldn't say that, but Kilroy and Sparky, it was the dog's name out of South Park, and then Norm as well, and Ikatosh right amongst the action there, and Beaky has redeemed the team radio beep, and Nemo says, Trev and Cam, check your messenger for his fish and chips, and get a load of this, ladies and gentlemen, if I can just find where the webcam is. Look at that. What on earth is that? They look like parsnips, don't they? Wowee! And and there we have it. That's a funny looking little combination there. And how do I turn this off? There we go. That's enough of me, ladies and gentlemen. But thank you, Cam, for sending that in, and get your messages. Oh, and that is a close battle going on there. Wowee, in fact, as Hooncorp 2, Norm right behind him. And then it's Burradog, and this battle in the midfield, battling for the top 10 places here. This is absolutely on like Donkey Kong. There's about 6 of them you can throw a Dutch waffle over, Prince.
Yeah, exactly. You know, add a little bit of maple syrup and, you know, have a field day with it. But these battles, like, there's battles everywhere. Or Ikintosh is going to try the outside with Burra. Unfortunately, the outside line there doesn't quite work out well. He might even get done over by Norm here, Trev. He holds on, but man, this is going to get intense as we get into Crocodile. It's a scary corner that I hope I haven't cursed anybody.
Get intense, Prince. This is already bloody intense. I'm sweating like you wouldn't believe, and I won't put the webcam on to confirm that, but Ikatosh with Norm right behind him, and you can see there Burradog just ahead of them there with Smitty, and a beautiful Hooncorp livery there. We've got a few Hooncorp cars in the field tonight, and Nemo and Keaton wants a little bit of that action from Nemo. Want to order us some, he says, and Nemo says, yeah mate, I'll get us the pit lane special. And don't forget, we are supporting LifeLine in mental health and suicide prevention, Prince. If you would like to make a donation, please follow the link on your chat screen. HTTP, BT, and all the rest of it. Go, Burra, go, says Princess Fiona. And he's flying solo in the Lamborghini here this afternoon, and he's under all sorts of pressure, like we've kept saying, from Ikatosh, but he's handling it beautifully. As Keaton says, sweet, needs a special fish and chips. And 3 Hooncorp drivers between 4 cars. Close your eyes, Nismo, says Lewis. And Ricardo chipping in once again. He says, come over to my place for some Dutch waffles. And we'd absolutely love to come over. And if we can get the money together for an airfare, we'll be straight over there, won't we, Prince?
Yeah, 100%. I'd love it. I'd actually love to go over there. But, you know, maybe sometime in the future, because this battle is slowly developing. You might see Burradog under a little bit more pressure here as we get onto the home straight, but he seems to be holding off quite well in the Lambo here, Trey.
He certainly does, as Princess Fiona. Ooh, hello, commentator's curse, maybe, maybe not. As we come through the crocodiles, heading towards the mouth of the cheetah at turn 15, and then finally through the final corner. And out of it again, across the line, lap 15. And now, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, Princess Fiona says a mega battle mid-pack. Burra holding strong. Never a true word spoken, Prince. He is holding on to that P11. And he is a man on a mission here this afternoon. He is not letting go of P11 anytime soon.
Yeah, no, definitely not. He almost looks like he's setting himself up to maybe give Smitty a bit of a run for his money. You know, and as I say that, Smitty's slowly trying to claw up the random. So, you know, it's one of those ones, oh, we see a little bit of too wide. I think Norm just got through behind Burra. So, one position for Norm, and unfortunately Mr. Ikintosh goes down to P13.
Down to P13, but still a long, long way to go in this race, ladies and gentlemen. We are not even 1/2 of an hour in. And this race has seen plenty of action. Stay with us for the next 3.5 hours as Woody Lizard says, Lizard says, Princess Fiona, Waffles, Shrek, Donkey, bit of DreamWorks going on here. And when I get up in the morning, I'm making waffles. And how good was that movie? And we can stay up late, can't we, Cam? Swapping manly stories, and in the morning we can make waffles in the next 3 and a bit hours. Who knows what sort of shenanigans we should get up to here in the next 3 and a bit hours.
Yeah, exactly. The more we talk about food, the more and more I get hungry, Trev. So I might just go for a quick sneak away to the pantry, and I'll be back in just a moment.
And don't forget the waffle mix as he heads off there. And of course, half an hour behind in South Australia, and not sure why I mentioned that or how that would add any value to the Nigerian Prince this afternoon. Donuts, says Fiona. Donuts. Sprinkles. And that was a terrible Homer Simpson impression there. And so you like donuts, eh? As back to the front. And Sidorg is leading this race by a tenth, not even a few tenths, 6/10 of a second, I should say. And the grid is fairly closely packed, says Ricardo. He says, my God, it's great to see. And I'll back Princess Fiona, says Beaky. And Nemo says, donuts, sprinkles. And thank you, Nemo. Rain of Fire. How good is this track, lads? Would love to go and watch a real race there. And that is absolutely fantastic. Of course, former host of the South African Formula One Grand Prix. And who knows, hopefully, if we're talking about a real Formula One World Championship, a truly global Formula One World Championship, we will see a race back here at this beautiful Kyalami circuit here in South Africa. But Sidorg, lap 17 now. Across the line into lap 17. He goes then. That gap is still just 0.8 of a second. Then it's back to the Bathurst birthday boy who's grown up on the mountain. And he's 6.4 further back. And then it's Will Starr for FTSC Racing with Fly Sky, who's been recruited into FTSC2 here this afternoon as our cameraman catches up on the action. Our race director, thank you very much. As you can see there, Fly Sky going through. Figo then under pressure now from Jason Wilkinson. And he's got strawberries. He has got strawberries, don't you worry about that. But Figo and Wilco still battling it out here, Prince. And we can see Aaron still not too far behind these three.
Yeah, sorry, I was typing chat messages. Yeah, this battle keeps developing, which is good to see. Not only do we have the battle constantly, going at it between Sidorg and Twitchy up front, but we've got this nice 4-way, 5-way battle, developing here in the midfield, or somewhat midfield, and then a little bit further back, in the grid, there's also plenty of battles going on. So, it's first half an hour gone, Trev, but it's still 3.5 to go. If these battles continue like this, it's going to be a great day.
Imagine Scooby saying that, and something like that, and nothing better than watching these three fantastic drivers do battle. Nothing better than a three-way on a Sunday afternoon, Prince, on a sunny Sunday afternoon in South Africa. Never thought I'd quite put that sentence together, but anyway, it is Figo leading them at the moment, and then it's Wilco less than a second further back, and now Aaron getting very, very interested here for Rubbins Racing, and Beaky and Fiona getting amongst the chat, and Ricardo says, come on, Wilco, the throttle pedal is on your right foot, just push it a bit deeper. And that sounds interesting. Imagine saying that over in Amsterdam, but sounded like the Prince was stuffing his face off camera, and Woody Lizard is getting amongst it.
I am now.
And there we have it as this battle continues. Aaron now looking down the inside, heading towards turn 1 here, through the kink, and turns 2, 3, 4, and the rest of them. But I've got to say, Wilco hasn't quite been on the pace this whole weekend. And it's something that is a little bit of a concern, I'd say, Prince. But Nemo just pointing out there that Norm has pitted, and Norm in the pit lane to P10, and which is very, very interesting indeed. But wow, Prince, he's been off the pace. Kings Racing have been off the pace all weekend from Friday night in qualifying when they missed the top 10 shootout.
Yeah, so we haven't seen anybody else from King's Drive yet. So let's just put all the blame there on Wilco. You know, he'll listen back to this at some point and, you know, he'll call me out. But yeah, no, you are right though. They have been a little bit off pace so far from what we've seen, you know, in qualifying, and, you know, even some of the practice results even before that, you know, we saw that they were a little bit off pace from where we normally would see them. So it does seem like the McLarens suffer around Kyalami. I don't know, it seems very much a Ferrari dominant track, as you can see.
And just to confirm from Nemo, I do apologise, I had a bit of a brain aneurysm there. Nemo was just saying he started from the pits and is now up into P10. Thank you for that. Thanks for that.
Still put blame on it.
And McLaren is a bit of a struggle here, so wouldn't blame his struggle, says Keaton. And Glasso says they are sandbagging, so a little bit controversial here, he reckons. A bit of sandbagging going on, if you don't mind. And there'll be sandbagging going on in a few moments, because you can see these drivers gushing down into turn one, and that's probably not the best way to describe it, Voodoo. But wow, Random is P9, and there's only, what do we got, a couple of seconds from 10th, or from 9th, I should say, down to 13th or 14th. This is incredible stuff outside the top 10.
Yeah, so the battles, like we talked about, just they keep piling up. So, you know, Random's got himself a bit of an issue here now. Norm down the inside, great move. And, you know, Ikantosh is also going to be like, yeah, thanks for that. I'll take that one. Burra's not too far behind. And unfortunately, he couldn't capitalize on that as well. But just goes to show that outside line up there just hurts.
And you can see he left the door open, and the invitation was greatly accepted. And he RSVP'd by going through down the inside. Now Norm leads Ikatosh. And then it is Random who's lost out in this battle. And then it's Burradog in the Soul Lamborghini, just right behind them. And then you can see Hooncorp with Smitty, Sparky, Zigzag, and the rest of them. And look at this, Exorcist 666 Hell says Little Bear is working the Honda. And not to be confused, as we have a look at Team Little B there at turn 3144 Racing, that Honda is one of only one Honda in the field, and it's working beautifully here this afternoon, Prince.
Yeah, it definitely is. So, you know, we've got a couple of manufacturers out here that, you know, are on the verge of being critically extinct. So it's nice to see that we've at least still got, you know, one Honda and a Lambo amongst the mix. You know, it just goes to show that you might be almost critically extinct, but, you know, you can still put up a good show. As
BB450 says, Mac B, lead driver, had throttle issues, had to pit to swap to reset the gear. Unfortunate for them. And Keaton saying, hopefully Ferrari gets BOP in a later update. Different pit strategies now. Balls to the wall stuff, says BB, as Lewis is missing the NSX. And Andrelli says he can hear the lawnmower from Brizzy. As we're going to get back to the front and check out this front battle. We're hearing that they've been side by side once again, Prince, and that is no surprise given that the opening 21 laps of this race have seen these two swap for the lead multiple times, and the battle is continuing here, although it looks like Twitchy has fallen back a touch, but this battle's still raging at the moment.
Yeah, this battle definitely continuing to rage on. So Psydog still contending and holding off, you know, is you know, dropped back to P2 a couple of times, but he still manages to find his way back into P1. So he's just doing everything right. He seems to be putting the car into the right places, right times, and he just seems to be getting away with it. But I just wanted to give a quick touch on the comment regarding the Ferrari getting a BOP in a later update. On PC currently, it is completely different. Ferrari is nowhere near what you have here, but as we see Sidor going down the
Ooh.
inside, holding on Twitchy.
Through the mine shaft, and Twitchy is going down into that mine shaft and looking to see if he can come up with diamonds or something better than that. Not sure where that came from or where that conversation was going, but Twitchy v Sidor continues to rage as the cheetah curbs not quite catching them out on that occasion, but Twitchy right behind Sidorg, and it is closely fought, this battle. And 3 hours and 22 minutes. Both of these guys will be looking for a beer afterwards, I reckon, because this is intense, and it's going to be interesting to see how strategy plays a part in this battle as well, Prince, and also the driver swapping as well, because let's hope that they're going to be this close for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. So the other thing which I wouldn't mind also seeing is a little bit of rain, but it does look like we might end up having just a nice sunny afternoon of racing here. But you know, the sunny racing also means the battles will hopefully remain close. But you know, pit lane's a little bit of a tricky one here. You know, it's nice and early, so let's just hope nobody makes mistakes.
As we see this battle continue, it's like a game of chess, Prince, which I don't know how to play, but you look how close it is at the moment. You can see one false move, and that is all it will take for Twitchy to go down the inside. I reckon he's got it here. Through turns 10 and 11, down the hill towards turn 12 at Mineshaft. And this is looking very close. Sidorg is looking to make moves back on him. Oh, it is so close. And if you've got a Dutch, I'd love a Dutch waffle for your thoughts, Prince, because these two showing no signs of letting up here. It continues once again here on lap 22.
Yeah, it continues on. Twitchy got a great move down the inside up there at Mineshaft, and you know, probably held Sidor out a little bit wider, but then again he did go a little bit deep. So this time around, Twitchy holding P1 decides to run all the way to the pit wall. Thankfully nobody coming out of pit lane, but he's trying to do everything he can now to break away and get Sidor out of the draft. But unfortunately, Sidor ain't gonna be giving up that easy.
He's ducking and weaving, and my favourite Gran Turismo 7 driver is doing a beautiful job here at the moment. And he accepted my friend request on Facebook earlier today, Prince, and the first thing he said to me was, did you accidentally mistake me for Matt Simmons? And I said, no, I didn't. Let's not fight, especially on race day in front of the kids. Let's keep it civil and civilized heading into this afternoon. But now, we've seen tactics from Twitchy. I wouldn't say he was weaving on the main straight, Prince, but he was going across to that pit wall, trying to break the toe. Is Sidorg maybe just sitting back now and thinking, you know what, I might save these tyres before the first round of pit stops?
Yeah, I think so. Sidorg's now in a position where, you know, they've been battling for so often. You know, I mean, 23 laps, this is the biggest gap that they've had. So, you know, it's one of those ones that the tyres, you know, I said the half an hour mark would have been the problem with tyres that they're battling, but you know, they managed to make it to that 40-minute mark. So yeah, I feel like Sidorg might be suffering a little bit with the tyres, but hopefully he's just trying to you know, manage the temps or something like that so that he can get back into that battle. But as we can see on screen though, Aaron's putting up a bit of a battle here with Wilco's son.
It still continues as we approach the final corner, turn 16 to complete the lap. 24 laps gone, 3 hours and 18 minutes remaining here, ladies and gentlemen. If you are joining us or watching out there and you haven't followed, please do so. We might see if we can get a bit of an update on the followers. Oh, 233. No, not that one. I've got the wrong one here, but I'll try and find out what I'm trying to talk about, Prince, because we are looking for the donations, and it is 1,161, Prince. I think it might be higher than that now as we target our goal of $2,000 here this afternoon.
Yeah, so it's a little bit higher than that. We're currently raised $1,221. Oh God, sorry. English. We've currently raised $1,221. So if you'd like to make a donation, please be sure to use the link that our bot is posting in the chat, or you can use exclamation mark lifeline. It's also pinned comment in chat. But we also, I just want to touch on, I haven't really touched on quite a bit. Over the course of the first 2 hours, we're also going to be giving away some limited edition VIP badges. So those of you that have already donated and those of you that choose to donate over the course of the first 2 hours, will actually go into the draw to win a limited edition VIP badge. And the same goes for that final 2 hours of the racetrack.
And did you hear that? Prizes everywhere you look. Limited prints, a limited number of these badges exist in the universe, and our viewers and our KRL GamerGearDirect Endurance Lifeline members could be a part of that action. And how good would that be? Say hello to your wife and kids, and if you're not married, say hello to somebody close to you, because it's something that is very important, Prince, and it's all part of Charity Month, which has flown by, hasn't it, Prince? It's gone so quickly, and we do hear that you are back online as well, Prince, in terms of the PC racing world, as N Wilson 331 says, car 270, let's go Burra and Riggsy, and Burra and Riggsy, and car 270 there for our man Wilson. And it has gone very quickly, but it's been a fantastic month, and we've had plenty of laughs along the way, haven't we, Prince?
Yeah, definitely have. I've got my computer somewhat running. It can do what it needs to, but unfortunately, I can't continue the charity month streams. But I've been eagerly waiting for these two finales that we have here. The 4 hours of Kyalami here today. We've also got our season finale with Shakedown in the GamerGearDirect Lifeline Sprint Series on Tuesday. So, lots of prizes being given away, which has been a big aspect. And, the bigger aspect as well is, getting behind such a great cause for our 3rd year running now. So we've been doing quite well. I just want to touch on the overall total is a bit over $6,500 that we've raised so far in 3 years. So yeah, it's been a great effort by everybody involved.
As we take a look at F1 Sniper for the AM class, you can see FFK Racing there, Sniper on your screen in P19, and Princess Fiona says yeah, goal, and making the most of, could it be you, Fiona? Could it be Fiona, Prince? It could be anyone getting the special limited edition VIP badges. They're that rare and that special, Prince. I have it. Oh my goodness! And there's a car turning around. And who is that? I think it's Team Little Bear. We'll get back to Princess Fiona in a moment, but Team Little Bear is facing the wrong way. And that is dreadful for the sole 666 Honda in this race, and you can see the cars streaming by, but he is well down the field in P24. Disaster for this man, Team Little Bear.
Yeah, it did look like disaster there for our Honda. So, he did the right thing by waiting until, everybody streamed through so that, no further incidents happened and he can climb back onto the back of the end. So, he did well there. He did well, and it doesn't look like he got any damage. So, it's just a small spanner in the works. Take a deep breath and, know that mistakes happen. And still a long way to go.
And what's the quote from Napoleon? I'll be the first to admit when I make a mistake, but I simply never do. And fantastic stuff. Movie coming in November. Not that I'm working for them. Oh, and somebody has gone off. I saw a flash there, and we saw Burra in the Lamborghini going past, continuing his battle with Norbert. There's a yellow flag, and who is that, Prince? I'm not too sure. Is it Stewie Wilson? No. He's well and truly facing the right direction with all 4 wheels and tyres, but somebody went off there. I did see a yellow flag. I think we've gone green once again, though, Prince.
Yeah, looks like everyone's got going again, and these yellow flags only seem to be periodic. So thankfully it looks like a lot of our drivers walking away without any injuries and damage. Due to the yellow flag incident. So if I go on screen at the moment, he's been trying to claw away at Fly Sky and he's doing a job of it. He's slowly doing what he's meant to be doing. So, this gap as well to Mr. Wilco's son behind is also diminishing as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to go. I think Wilco's starting to find some pace now.
He certainly is. He's found his rhythm, he's found his mojo, and he's found his pace. As BB says, Mac B catching sniper, and Wilson saying, Neil Wilson, he better do it with all the new gear that I gave him, Fiona, ha ha. And then Ricardo chipping in saying it's a very hard car to drive. Thank you for that, Ricardo. In the land of where Heineken's are 15 euros or something, that's what I've heard. Send some of them over here. As Princess Fiona, I was about to say before that incident that Princess Fiona could be the VIP, Prince, the special VIP badge. It could be you, and it's that important and that special. I haven't even seen them.
Yeah, exactly. So we don't know exactly who the VIP badge is going to go to. We've got 4 entries so far. So if you do want to participate, exclamation mark LifeLine to make a donation.
Get amongst the action, as Riggsy says. He loves you, Neil Wilson. Thank you, Princess Fiona. As let's have a look at this. Oh, Pony Club! He almost slapped his French waffle right on the back of FTSC there. That was very, very close to being an incident there, but we might even ride on board with some of these cars, Prince, if things get a bit dull. We might do that throughout the next 3 hours. And thank you, Voodoo. Limited edition VIP badges.
Oh my goodness, this is fantastic!
And never a truer word spoken. This is fantastic. And show us some of that nice Porsche, says says Heath. And let's have a look. This battle continues. We're going to have a look at the Porsche. CS Burke's boy there doing very nicely indeed. Thank you, BB, for the sound effects. But 1 of 2 VIP badges. Use a Lifeline to make a donation, $2 or more to enter. And the draw ends with 2 hours remaining in the race. Currently, we have 4 entries. And thank you, Christopher, for the $25 donation. Christopher out there. Cool, Christopher Robin. And that is not a great voice to do, but we greatly appreciate your support. And Ricardo says 15 euros for Heineken? No way, mate. And the Guardian, happy to donate to a great cause. And Prince, we've got a first-time chatter, and what does that mean for the Guardian here and Christopher's life in general?
The Guardian, first off, welcome to the stream. We greatly appreciate you being here. And if you haven't, please do be sure to grab the mouse and slowly drag it towards the follow button. And I'll save you the rest of it. Just make sure to hit the button, and we'll greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yes, grab that mouse and drag it across and just click on the follow button. And it sounds like it's like cooking with Nigella we'll leave it there. But Burra now is in 10th, but for how long? Because he's right up behind Norm here. And it's less than a second as Sparky God says, go PRT Metal. And hello to you, Sparky God. And great, we saw Sparky earlier on in the race, but Burra, that battle continues to rage relentlessly as we go to the top of the timing sheets. And it is Twitchy leading now, 29 laps into this race, and that gap at the front, 2.8 seconds now, Nigerian Prince. And it's like an Ethiopian afternoon. It's very hot. It's not quite as hot anymore, though, at the front.
Yeah, so the gap has been growing now that Twitchy, has gotten away. So whether it was, side or was just kind of keeping in there, or whether his tires are actually gone now, that's big to question.
As Sofa King still in P3, he's 3 seconds ahead of Will Star. As we come across lap 30 of this race now, down the start-finish straight through turns 1 and 2. Slowing down for Crow Thorn. And then it's the Juski sweep at 3 and 4. And then it's time to get on the barbecue at turn 5. What a circuit, Prince. One that we hope we see some more racing action. Hopefully we can see F1 here in the next couple of years. If they can find room on the calendar, it would be great to see an F1 race back here at Kyalami.
Yeah, I have to agree. You know, I'd love to see an F1 race here. You know, it's such a great track. You know, I've had so many great times here. So, you know, why not just bring it onto the calendar? You know, you can get rid of the cheetah curb or the crocodile curb if that's what you're scared about, you know.
Oh, what are you being all scared for? Oh, Formula One scared. And they would like a bit more runoff, I think, around this circuit before they do arrive. And hopefully, Prince, they can remove every remotely interesting or dangerous corner. And then we could have a race here in this little cupcake era of Formula One that we're racing in. Not like the good old days, that's for sure. But Fly Sky there in 6th. And then Aaron in 7th there, and we'll go down to 8th now, 2.3 seconds away from Aaron, and then it's Ikatosh, who's worked his way up into 9th for Hooncorp, and then Norm still sitting just inside the top 10 as we take a look at the drivers lower down the order. And then it's Exorcist Hell, 8 laps down, it's saying, Prince, for Team 3144. So 8 laps off of the pace, and then Stu Wilson in 23rd, but still behind this man Dask for Team 75, and their afternoon really was spoiled somewhat, wasn't it, Prince, after that stop-go penalty earlier on in the race?
Yeah, so a couple of drivers have kind of been in the wars, unfortunately. You know, it just kind of comes and it's a part of the territory with endurance racing. You know, sometimes things don't go to plan, and unfortunately you end a couple laps down. You know, penalties are a thing as well, and you know, it's good to see that they're still making the most of it. They're not letting it beat them down, and you know, they're still looking for the checkered flag. That's the main thing.
And what doesn't, great advice there from the Nigerian Prince. Multiple race sim champion, ladies and gentlemen, as Dask still going absolutely balls to the wall. And we can see there, Heath, thank you, he says Sparky. A big fan of Sparky, of course, and Ricardo says, yeah, Kyalami instead of Las Vegas or Miami would be a great idea. And does he actually talk like that, Prince? Have we actually heard his voice? We'll wait and just see to confirm that. And Rain of Fire, that's right, Rain of Fire says stop everything, add another $20 to the fundraising total. And how good is that? What a man. What a man, what a man, what a mighty good man he is. For another $20 in the kitty supporting Lifeline and suicide prevention, Prince.
Yeah, I love seeing everybody getting behind such a great cause in mental health and suicide. Oh, Dusk, that's not the curb you want to be looking at, son. You don't want to be looking at that curb, but you know, it's great to see so many people getting behind such a great cause, and you know, it all goes towards Lifeline. And I actually had a great meeting with them actually in the lead up to us kicking everything off, and you know, they kind of ran us through everything that they do and the support networks that they have for their call takers and stuff like that. And you know, I just got so much information from them on that day that, you know, it kind of gave me a greater perspective of the charity that we're supporting. And you know, I wouldn't have picked a better charity if, you know, if everybody could have heard that same message and same delivery basically that they gave me on what they do. You know, you'd be on the same page as me. But you know, it's one of those ones. So if you do want to get behind such a great cause, please be sure to use !Lifeline.
And get amongst it. It has been an absolute pleasure to bring you almost the opening hour of this race. This battle's showing no signs of letting up between BCG2 and Norm, and Burrow Dog for FTSC3. And you can see there, thank you to everybody for your donations. And Team Little Bear says, yep, we had wheel issues and a big ding because of those wheel issues, but guess what, Prince? They're still the fastest Honda out there. And thank you to Running Bear Running Bear, Team Little Bear, I should say. And Running Bear, that's a famous song. He loved Little White Dove with a love that was bigger than the sky, Prince. And and that was the famous Indian Native American song there. Burra running very wide there, as I'm not sure what I'm going on about, but through towards the cheetah curb and the final corner. And I reckon, is that Norm peeling off into the pits? It is, Prince.
Yeah, so Norm coming into pit lane early, so BCG2 looking to kind of get an early undercut maybe. You know, this is earlier than what we would have expected, but it is good to see them coming in. So the question is though, are we going to see Norm still taking, you know, the helm of the 159? Or are we going to be seeing another driver coming into the mix? But we'll see when they come out of pit lane. As we see Messick, he's doing quite well for Heat Stroke, you know, sitting P18, and, you know, I believe he's not too far away from his next competitor.
And you can see closest battle on the circuit here at the moment as the pit stops are going to start happening. As Ricardo says, what happened to the gap between P1 and P2? It is 1.5 seconds now when it was over 3 seconds. So are they foxing at the front? What is going on there? A bit of sandbagging, if you don't mind, Prince, because Sidorg is getting closer. They are visually in the same start-finish straight now.
Yeah, so I'm starting to wonder whether Sidorg may be let off for a few laps. Let the tyres cool back down, just because they were pushing really hard for, what was it, Jeff? 40 minutes. So, you know, maybe he was just letting his tyres have a bit of a breath, and now he's getting right back into it, because you are right, this gap visually closing 1.4 seconds now. So, you know, he's clawing back.
It's getting very close. It was close for the opening half an hour or 40 minutes, and like we said, we reckon he just eased off a little bit to cool everything down, cool the jets a little bit. And now it was 3 seconds, then 2 seconds, then 1.5, it was 1.3, and now it's 1.2. And on lap 34, the battle at the front is continuing to get closer and closer, closer, closer. And BCG1 now right up behind. And something not quite, not that you want to hear that on a Sunday afternoon with 3 hours remaining. And if I'm going crazy like that, Prince, what on earth is going to happen in the final 3 hours? But I've got to say, if it's anything like this, we are in for an absolute humdinging battle, as Nemo says Matt Simmons. Matt Simmons versus Hyper will be a good battle after the pit stops. And excellent pickup there by Nemo Nation over there in New Zealand.
Yeah, so that one's going to be a good one to watch out for. You know, I do also see random, you know, BCG3, I believe it is, car 32 in pit lane as well. So, you know, it seems like these BCG guys are looking to get their stops done nice and early, and, you know, try and get the undercut while their leading car goes for an overcut. And I guess they'll be relaying that information back to their other teams, just to see what works better, you know, because that's all crucial information, as we see Captain Risky coming out of pit lane, Sophie King coming in. So we're starting to see some pit lane action, Trev.
And now we can see Sophie King, the Bathurst birthday boy, 36 years of age today, into the pits. Wilco continuing on. He's just put a lap on Dask, I believe. Aaron there as well. Oh, Captain Risky, the insurance specialist. We see him in GT7. And he's on ACC today, but running a little bit wide. Where is the insurance specialist? Down in 15th in the 32 Audi there, as you can see. 1.7 ahead of F1 Sniper. And Keaton now has jumped into the BCG2 car, and he'll be quick in this stint, says Nemo. And the battle for the AM class honours is going to be absolutely epic. And Ranger Oz from GT7. Hello to you, Ranger Oz. What an absolute champion you are. And thank you for joining the chat here this afternoon. He says, have you met Keaton? He's kind of a big deal. And how good is Keaton? He's an absolutely ripping bloke. And number one.
Let's go!
And thank you, Fiona. She has cheered 100. Cheers to Fiona, fantastic stuff, part of the KRL LifeLine Endurance Series GamerGearDirect family here. And what an absolute pleasure it is to bring the 4 hours of Kyalami to you as part of Charity Month. We're going to end with a bang here. We've got this race here this afternoon, and then on Tuesday night, it's the finale of Shakedown, also here at Kyalami, so it's going to be absolutely epic as we take a look at the man, the myth, the legend himself, BCG2, in the pro class, the 159 McLaren. He is doing an awfully good job here, inside the top 10 for the time being, 4 seconds off of Andrelli. And BCG1 now coming...
Did I send it, or didn't send it?
Yeah, you
Oh, send it! Stuff, guys.
Send it,
thank you.
baby. Send it, baby. Thank you, Saint Sim, for redeeming the coins. BCG1 pit crew coming out of the pits. And you can see there Nemo right across it. He's doing very nicely there across the other side of the Dutch. But BCG1, as let's take a look. Sidorg. Oh, and that looked very close up ahead. As we see Sidorg there, I think that might have been some traffic. HC Lewis there right ahead of him. And awesome commentary, awesome race tonight, Saint Sim. Thank you very much for the kind words. And let us know where you're watching from, wherever you are around the world, as Sidorg has dived into the pits for BCG1. Into the pits. Tricky pit lane entry there. You've got to negotiate that pretty tight right-hander or left-hander even. That'll be turning right. You'll be heading straight back into onto the main racing line. But Sidorg into the pits, and that leaves Twitchy leading this race here on lap 37 out front. And where is that going to put him? As he comes back out, we see a Willstar going through. And Burke's Boy as well. Awesome commentary. Thank you, Saint Sim. Let us know as Burke's Boy gets out of the way. Glass putting in a good stint for Team Shakedown as well. Down there in P17, we're going to keep an eye on that. And F1 Sniper now, less than a second.
I got fastest lap too.
Good for you.
Oh, look at you go.
Oh, look at you go. And how good is it, the Jason Wilkinson, the salty Wilco sound effect, getting an absolute pounding here this weekend, Prince. And don't we love it? As F1 Sniper now, less than a second behind Captain Risky, the insurance specialist, is under pressure here.
Yeah, exactly. So it's getting intense now. So we've started seeing a couple of these drivers coming in, you know, getting their pit lane done and dusted. But Mr. Risky and Mr. F1 Sniper seem to be, you know, the gap slowly clawing its way back down. So I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing these guys do a bit of a tick-attack. Yeah, you know, they might not be in the same class, you know, F1 Sniper respectively, leading the AM drivers this evening. So, you know, he's been doing pretty good for himself. You know, he's been quiet so far, but, you know, he's sitting nice and steady in P16.
And looking very nice indeed. So good, says Nemo. And absolutely love it. LOL, says Saint Sin 69. And Sidorg, the great Sidorg, says not going to be able to sit down for... Oh, Risky!
Oh, no.
And he's had... Oh, don't... Oh, that was so close.
Oh.
And now he's going to be a sitting duck. And the cheetah... Wow! And that was meant to be a cheetah, but the cheetah corner has caught its first victim. And Captain Risky, the insurance specialist, he'll be looking for some double AMI insurance claims after that, Prince, because that is a terrible spin there for him.
Yeah, that's not ideal. You know, it was only, you know, it was only a matter of time before we seen one of those. You know, and unfortunately for Captain Risky, it was just, you know, bad timing. You know, everyone thankfully got through. That was very close. You know, everyone got through. We made that split-second decision just to drive forwards. You know, and you know, if he left it any later, I think it would have been a problem. But thankfully, everyone kind of seen him doing it, predicted it, and you know, everyone got through cleanly. He's back on the road, so you know, no damage. You know, that corner, Trev, can sometimes ruin your race if you go into the barrier. You know, it can be quite bad.
It can be bad. It can be terrible, in fact, as we see a Little Mac for MacB Racing get the fastest lap. We're taking a look at Ted Glasso at the moment. But, wow, do you see that, Prince? 43 people watching this stream. 43, 4 and 3. And let's hope they're having a stupendously good time, a sensational time out there wherever you're watching right around the world. And BB saying a purple lap for an AM driver, not too bad at all, Prince, as Cowhide says, good morning, Wade, are you actually racing? Yeehaw! Thank you for that, Cowboy. And P10 after starting in pit lane because of a bug. Norm has done very well here at the moment. And he needs to be a pro, says Nemo. Haha, that's very funny, isn't it? As we're going to go back to a battle here between Andrelli and Keaton. And we're hearing that Keaton's a bit of a big deal, Prince, but our graphics man Andrelli is all over the back of him like a cheap waffle.
Yeah, so Andrelli doing actually really good for himself in the 9-9 here for FTSC2. You know, holding on P9 is on the back of Keaton as well. So we have seen Keaton in the past, you know, in some of the earlier rounds of this championship be quite quick. You know, so it's interesting to see him in P8, but you do know the McLaren struggles quite a bit, say, compared to the Ferraris around Kyalami. So Andrelli, you know, he's got to keep these laps coming in because he's Mr. Consistency right now by the looks of things. So keep those laps coming in and we might be able to see a battle for that position.
As Nemo says, Keaton got past, in fact, so that was probably a bit of a false showing there, I must say. The gap is now 1.3. Thank you, Nemo, all the way across the ditch in New Zealand. And he took 5 for 2 once in a charity match for Invercargill against the Auckland second 11. So thank you for that, Nemo. And Keaton will be in the top 5 by the end of this stint, says Rain of Fire. Big, bold, big, nutsy, ballsy statement there from Rain of Fire, who says this man will be inside the top 5 before the end of this stint.
Yeah, so, you know, bold claims there, but, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing that happen. You know, he's on the back of Binger King now, so, you know, Mr. Bingerling is going to get his, I was going to say dingerling on a move, but, you know, yeah.
And won't you play with my Bingerling, my Bingerling? And Keaton getting very close indeed. He's a big deal, and he certainly is going to be a big deal for Binger King. And King's Racing now, who are holding on by the skin of their waffle sack, because how long is this battle going to continue? Left, right, good night. Which way are they going to go here, Prince, as we head down towards the Cheetah Crocodile curbs? And it's close. I think the battle's finished. I think he's through. Just.
Yeah, so got through there just, you know, it's a scary corner to try and go too wide, but, you know, somehow I've seen a lot of these drivers pull it off. So McLaren on McLaren here, equal machinery, nothing to complain about between these two, but it does look like Binger's kind of slowing down a little bit. So, you know, I'm interested to see what's happening here.
That is a fantastic move. I cannot emphasize that enough. Like we said, as Nico Rosberg likes to say, Prince, in equal machinery as well, would you believe? And Ranger Oz saying, my Bingerling is one of Chuck Berry's greatest hits. What a pass, says Norm. And that is one hell of a pass, as The Guardian says, let's go, Andrelli. And those two, I've got to say that this is getting very tight. Andrelli just inside the top 10. But for how long, Prince? Because he's got H.C. Lewis, not J.G. Lewis. You'll be proud to know us, the building inspector, but I've got to say, P10 for all. And was that a little bit of on the grass or gravel action there for Andrelli? Because I think that might have put him out of shape here, Prince.
Yeah, so, it's getting a little bit intense there. Binger taking a bit of a wild ride as well. You know, so, you know, unfortunately, Binger is dropping down quite a few positions. H.C. Lewis and Andrelli are through. So everything's getting a little bit tense now, Trev. So, you know, a lot of these drivers are only just starting their stints, and unfortunately, you know, they're not having the run that they need. So Figo as well, you know, he's in pit lane, so he might end up coming out in the middle of all of it.
And that could be very interesting as we take a look at Keaton now, and that looks like it is our race leader into the pits. In the pro class, I should say. There's different classes here. Into the pits comes Twitchy. Mid-mat now for BCG1. Oh, Matt Simmons. And Twitchy with the mind games there. Nemo, not very happy. He says, what a dog. And there was something funny going on there at the entrance to the pits there, Prince. A little bit dodgy there, if you don't mind.
Yeah, a little bit dodgy, but yeah, sometimes those things happen. But I just want to touch on, I don't think we've quite mentioned it quite yet. We'll come back onto that one in just a moment, Trev. I just want to give a thank you to Team Little Bear for the $100 donation, and a massive thank you as well to Maria for the $10 donation to LifeLine.
Thank you, Maria, for the $10. Absolutely fantastic. Good bit of banter there, says Nemo. Oh, just kidding, if you don't mind. 46 people, Prince, as we see Exorcist coming back onto the track and off of it again. And he needs to perform.
Oh, no.
He needs to perform an exorcism or something. Call in a priest. Who are you going to call, Prince? Because Exorcist now is off the track, and I drive a Honda Jazz. And I have a proud owner of a Honda Jazz sitting in my driveway, and that is not great to see. And has he got damage there, Prince, because he's having trouble getting back onto the circuit?
Yeah, things just don't seem to be going quite well for the Exorcist here. So he's mowing a little bit of the grass. He's now on his way. So hopefully we don't see anything happen here. Commentators first. Yeah, we're all good. So just get those tires back into a temperature window, Mr. Exorcist, and take a deep breath, and, you know, mistakes happen, yeah?
Well, mistakes have been made, but he'll have protection as usual, and that's the way it goes. Not a great lap there from Exorcist Hell Prince. I reckon last time around he spent more time on the grass than Bob Marley there last time around. He's managed to get back on the black stuff at the moment. Let's hope he stays there.
Yeah, hopefully he stays in the black stuff. Fingers crossed, Mr. Exorcist.
As we see now, as you can see, Ricardo says, Honda has way too much rake, if you ask me, and the Honda not having a good time there. And Little Bear saying they get paid to mow the grass here at the circuit. F1 Sniper and Heat Stroke, if you don't mind. Look at this battle, Prince. Wowee,
Yeah,
through the final corner. Here they come, onto the start-finish straight.
Yeah, this is one that I think we were talking about a little while ago, that we were saying that in a few laps' time it might end up developing into a battle, and we're seeing it now. So Messick thinking about going down to the inside, always going to do it. Has he got this one done? Or nice and clean, nice move, Mr. Messick. F1 Sniper, making sure that there was enough room there. So well done to both of those drivers. Great move.
Great bit of racing there. We're going to get to this man, Keaton, and have a look at that, Prince. Within the top 10, we've got seven Ferraris inside the top 10, if you don't mind, as we take a look at Keaton chasing down Shamrock.
Yeah, so Ferrari quite dominant here. We did see, well, we do have Matt at the helm of the 33 Audi now, but you know, there was quite a tense fight for them to retain P1, but, you know, it also seems like, you know, I don't know, I feel like Audi and then McLaren, or sorry, Audi, Ferrari and then McLaren, so the two McLarens that we've seen have been struggling quite a bit, but, you know, they've found some pace over time, so it does look like Keaton, though, is probably going to want to be making a move sometime soon on Shamrock here. He's going to be thinking about it at the moment. Maybe he's going to be planning it for somewhere near the end of that.
Oh, it's going to be very close here as an update for Kings Racing. Good stint. Nice battle with Figo and Aaron, says Wilco. Had a weird thing when Aaron passed me. The wheel went really light, and it was like it went to a 1080 log for a lap. And that is the excuse there for Wilco. And Cam, I don't think you accept these excuses from Jason Wilkinson anymore.
Yeah, no, Wilco, your days of excuses are over. You know, after those Discord games that we played last
I got
night.
fastest lap too.
You know,
Oh,
yeah.
Look at you go.
We'll leave it there, I guess.
And we've got somebody off as we listen to Salty Wilco. I think it might be that Honda mowing some grass. We'll get back to this battle in a moment. It's mowing some more grass, and it's going to have to be the catcher of that loose grass, I reckon, Prince, because I think that's the same spot. I think that's the same spot again as we saw on the previous lap.
Yeah, so I think the previous lap was just a little bit further on from here, just on the run down from Mineshaft. But yeah, unfortunately, those guys not really having too good of a run here. But Keaton, this gap seems to be is about the same distance as what we saw before. So he does seem to be struggling a little bit on the straights, but he kind of has it throughout the twistier bits here at Kyalami. So, you know, I don't know. I hope that we can see a move here soon, but you know, it's going to be one of them tick-for-tack battles like we were seeing up in front of us.
And you can see it's getting very close indeed. Seeing lots of mowing, says Princess Fiona. And Ricardo says Honda need to pit for new tires, and that is why he is spinning out constantly. And take it from a Dutchman, the flying Dutchman there, Ricardo, not Max Verstappen. Ricardo we're talking about here tonight, or early morning over there. And boy, it's going to go off there at Zandvoort. Don't forget about that, Ricardo. 11 p.m. Eastern time here for us, and whatever time it is, 3 p.m. or something over there. But you'd be a brave man to not back Max Verstappen to win that. But Keaton is like a Catholic priest at a Wiggles concert, Prince. He is right behind Shamrock at the moment.
Yeah, he's keeping him honest here. So, you know, like we see, unfortunately, he just doesn't quite have it compared to the Ferrari. But, you know, he's definitely got enough pace to keep up here with Shamrock. So it's definitely a good battle that we're keeping an eager eye on. You know, the other one that I'm watching is Mint Matt as well. Up front is 7.4 seconds now. So he has brought that down by about 1.5 seconds, so that's definitely be one to watch, and I'll keep an eager eye on that. So, yeah, Keaton though, biding his time, I guess. You know, once he gets that move, I feel like he's just gonna send it.
And it's getting very tight indeed. We'll get back to some other battles very, very shortly. We know HC Lewis and Bingaling are battling as well for P9 and 10, but we'll keep an eye on this one for a little bit longer. And he's becoming the predator here.
Fantastic!
And Stayros is following, but it's getting in the way of this battle. Would you believe, as Stayros has joined us. Thank you for watching and being part of the KRL. Who are we, Prince?
I'm a little bit lost.
And I once was lost, but now am found. I was blind, but now I see a terrific battle in front of me. 41 people watching this battle. Where the bloody hell else would you want to be? As Keaton still hunting him down like that movie Predator with Arnold Schwarzenegger in it. And you know, the one where he puts the mud over him and then it can't see him. And then at the end he's like, come on, kill me. I'm right here. Kill me. And that is exactly what Shamrock will be saying to Keaton at the moment. I'm right here. And Keaton, that battle continues as we hear Hyperdrift going through the lap traffic. And a big thank you to Craig for the $50 donation to LifeLine. Greatly appreciating your support. $50 now, Prince. And I think it is up to... We are up to, let me just refresh the page. We're up to $1,401. That is a fantastic effort as we see Matt Simmons closing 5/10 a lap on Hyper. That is going to get very interesting shortly if it continues at this pace.
Yeah, so Matt Simmons is just under, or yeah, literally just under, I'd say about a second a lap quicker than Hyperdrift at the moment. So, you know, I think in a few laps time we might end up seeing Mint Matt somewhere in the draft the Hyperdrift and making him nervous. But Keaton though, he's right on the back of Shamrock and we're gonna get a couple of different camera angles here, which is something we haven't quite seen. But talking about Shamrock, Trev, do you remember those ShamWow ads back in the day?
Certainly do. The ShamWow guy, you just sort of could rub anything up. You could absorb anything with that, couldn't you? Blood, sweat, and tears, anything you liked. And how good was that product? Do they still sell them? And what happened to the ShamWow guy, Prince, in the end?
I am actually not too sure. Maybe we need to do a bit of an investigation here, but I do like this rear wing view on the number 16, you know, looking back at Keaton. So this battle and this gap is slowly closing.
As you can see, rear wing action from that car. And who could forget Big Kev? I'm excited. Do you remember Big Kev, Cam? I'm excited. And he got too excited, and I think he had a heart attack in the end, and it ended his life, which was very tragic.
That's not the ending I was kind of going for, but yeah, okay.
It's not quite a happy ending, but let's hope it's a happy ending for Shamrock, as Keaton looks like he's dropped back a bit as I talk about happy endings. And Matty says, let's go Shamrock, let's go. Thank you for that, Matty. And Nemo says, what about Big Daryl Eastlake? Big Daryl Eastlake. Macca has no straight line speed, and it's very hard to pass in that McLaren with 0 straight line speed, as Keaton now getting very close to the back of Shamrock. And we might go back to a different camera angle there for the time being, but this battle showing no signs of letting up, ladies and gentlemen. And Sidorg saying not a problem for the Audi, will go. And Jono Stan saying he had a heart attack after seeing Paul Morris somehow win a V8 supercar round at Calder Park in the Commodore, adorned with these logos. Do you remember the Big Kev supercar, Prince? How good was that, the yellow livery?
I don't quite remember it. Not off the top of my noggin.
And speaking of the top of noggins, Keaton now very, very close. We're going to try and get a picture of the Big Kev V8 supercar livery. And while we do that, oh, that was very close there, Prince. I thought he was going to have a go down the inside.
Yeah, so did I. I kind of thought he was just going to send it, but thankfully he didn't, you know, because that would have resulted in a murder, and we would have had to have called 911.
As we will get, we'll keep watching this battle. The comments keep coming in. Jono Stan, he knows what is going on there. That's for sure, as we wait to see the, there we have it. I'm excited. And you can see Big Kev on the screen there. Look at that beautiful livery. If only it would focus for me. And there we have it, the beautiful Big Kev Commodore. I'm excited. Yeah, rest in peace, Big Kev. I'm excited. And we'll try and get rid of that now. But you can see now that Keaton very close. And where can he get through here, Prince, please? Because tell the viewers, 44 people watching, whereabouts Keaton can get this move done on Shamrock.
There's honestly, well, we might actually see it happening here, but the outside line has proven that it's not the place to be. You can hang it out there, but unfortunately, you're going to be left out to dry. So he's behind now. I think, you know, if you get your move right, maybe into the final corner, maybe here. He's thinking about it, but he can't get it done there. So I don't know, if I was Keaton, just send it in T1.
Basically saying just fully send it. And Keaton's getting awfully close. We'll get back to some other battles in a moment. We'll just see where this is going. But we might do a recap here because, Prince, we're almost on lap 50 of this race. And Ranger Oz says he saw Big Kev on the Gold Coast once and he didn't look excited.
Yeah, okay, feels bad for Big Kev not feeling happy at the Gold Coast, because, you know what they say when you go to the Gold Coast, what happens at the Gold Coast stays at the Gold Coast. You know that's what Big Kev says.
And I think I know what you're trying to... Thank you for that, Prince. That was an IKEA sentence, wasn't it, Prince? I had all the pieces, I just had to put it together. But Keaton, right behind Shamrock, and he's off the track, Prince. And you've lost it yourself, Prince. What's going on? Jesus!
Yeah, so Keaton here, is what was the saying you used earlier off streaming? There's a bit more of a gap here than in between the teeth or something like that,
I said the gap. I said the gap between these two. Well, I was about to say it's not that big. It's about as big as the gap in front of Mike Tyson's teeth, I reckon, at the moment, because the battle continues here. That's not something I'd like to say in front of the former heavyweight champion of the world, let me tell you. And you imagine what he'd say, Prince, if you went up to him and said that? Oh, you just... Oh, that's all right. And beautiful move there, Keaton. I was about to say, how dare you? You're just a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. Thank you for that, Mike Tyson. Can we say that on stream, Prince? I don't think we can, but we just did. And with 2 hours and 32 minutes to go, 48 people. My goodness gracious me, 48 people watching the stream as HC Lewis is down there in P9. And Shamrock, that move's been done and dusted. And I reckon Keenan's going to go off to pursue this man in P5, Yo Yickety for JB Racing.
Yeah, so Yickety doing quite well actually, sitting in P5, leading the Pro-Am class respectively. He's not too far behind his comrade in front, Mr. P, or Car 46 I should say. I can't quite read the name. Vintage Racer. He's not too far off Vintage Racer, but Eden's also been proving himself to be a bit quick at the moment. So there is 5 and a bit seconds, but we do have to keep an eye on that because I've got a feeling that's going to close in. So Vintage Racer, though, all of a sudden, not too far away in a land far away, he's going to have a car right in the mirror.
As you can see there, Vintage Racer. That is the name you were looking for, Prince, and what a fantastic man he is. And was down at Sandown last year, managed to catch up with him. Does a bit of work in the V8 Supercars field there, but I tell you what, Butler Racing in the Mac B car, he's set the quickest lap all the way down in 20th in the AMP class, Prince. That's very, very impressive as you are putting together a poll of some sort, a flag poll or a voting poll, and we'll just wait and see. In fact, I think the poll's up now, Prince.
Yeah, so the poll is up. So we did draw 1 earlier. So we've got 3 $100 SimRigs gift vouchers to give away, thanks to our sponsor SimRigs. So our first winner, I believe, was Vert Wheeler, and we've got a poll up. It ends roughly, I'd say, about 8 minutes or so time. But you can vote on whether we do the draw for the second one. So do keep in mind we've got another one after this to give away. But this is a draw for our drivers and for our viewers in chat and anybody wanting to make a donation to LifeLine. We're also giving away 2 limited edition VIP badges as well. So donate $2 or more to participate in that one, and that ends in 29 minutes and 28 seconds.
29 minutes and 28 seconds. Get those donations in if you want to win a limited edition VIP experience, VIP badge, I should say. We could even throw a VIP experience in there, tour of the commentary box, Prince, a tour of your place over there in Adelaide, but dinner for 2, nice walk on the beach in the sunset. But 48 people watching the stream, please get your votes in, ladies and gentlemen. And we've got a few more minutes left in the current polling as we look at Yickety. And there you can see in the chat there, limited edition VIP badge, 1 of 2. Use a Lifeline to make a donation of $2 or more to go into the draw.
Fantastic!
And Furry Chan, Furry Chan is now following Shishi Ni, and Ni Hao to you if in fact you are Chinese. It is great to have you along, Shishini, and 2 hours and 28 minutes remaining in this race and 22 seconds. And let's just recap if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen. It is Hooncorp leading, and that car, the Ferrari, in the hands of Hyperdrift. And we're hearing news that Matt Simmons is being held up by the man, ironically, with the fastest lap of the race in Mac B. Butler Racing there is finally now. Butler Racing getting out of the way of Matt Simmons. He's got some traffic to contend with here at the moment. But that gap now 7.6 seconds, and he's not exactly getting jumping out of the way. But I think Matt's through now. And we've got 4 Ferraris in the top 5 and 7 inside the top 10, if you don't mind. And the rest are 2 McLarens, the Maccas and the Audis. So the Audi in the hands of Mid-Matt for BCG1 there. And one of 3 Audis in the field tonight. But it is the Ferraris who seem to be dominating here as we take a look at HC Lewis right behind Andrelli at the moment, as our South African cameraman finally decides to catch up here through the cheetah at turn 15. Andrelli under all sorts of pressure here at the moment. But don't forget to get your votes in should we do draw number 2 of 3 here. It's a $100 Sim Rigs gift voucher with thanks to our great sponsor Sim Rigs. Boy, how good is it to have them on board, if you don't mind. But Vert Wheeler won the first draw, and we're going to wait to see who's going to win the second draw here. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And then we're going to have the third draw after the race, I believe, or later in the race, in fact, as we'll keep an eye on that. HC Lewis very close and looking further down the field. And there we have it, further down the field. Heat XL is there in P18. And this battle getting very, very close. Did you update the list? Of course we did, Wilkinson, because Vert Wheeler is out of the running, given the fact that he already won Nigerian Prince. If you're there, please bail me out, because I'm digging an almighty hole here through to China. But big shout out to the followers, and don't forget to follow, ladies and gentlemen. But Keaton all over the back. We can see Andrelli under pressure from HC Lewis there, and now Keaton right up behind Yo Yickety for JB Racing. This battle is getting very, very tense and tight, if you don't mind. And you can see there 9 votes. Oh, and Keaton through Prince. Through Prince.
Yeah.
Wowee.
Absolutely. Yeah, great move there. Yickety, looks like he just made a slight mistake. Keaton committed. Yickety left the door open, but you know, that's another position for Keaton. You know, BCG2 up to P5.
Incredible stuff there, Wilco. Thank you for that, Wilco. The updated one with Andrelli, Burra, and your names. We surely that would be a conflict of interest, Prince, if we were on the board as well.
Yeah, you know, I'm not quite sure what commentators would quite get from Sim Rigs. I don't think they quite offer microphones or the likes there, Trev, but they do offer some great handbrakes, wheels, all that kind of good stuff. Head over to Sim Rigs, and also don't forget, head over to GamerGearDirect as well. You know, they're superstores of simulation needs. All your flight sim, golf sim, and racing sim, and more can be found at Sim Rigs and GamerGearDirect.
And I tell you what, how good is GamerGearDirect? All sorts of goodies there. And hopefully if we keep giving them a shout out, we might see something in the mail. But Keaton now, and I tell you what, Yickety must have worked out that Keaton is a bit of a big deal, Prince, because he's just let him right through. And Yo Yickety now down to 6th. And Keaton up into 5th, off in pursuit of a Vintage Racer for Pony Club. This man is flying with his balls off and into the to the wall, balls to the wall here, because he is absolutely flying at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely flying. So Yickety probably acknowledged as well that that's not a battle that he needs to have himself involved in. You know, he's a Pro-Am driver and leading Pro-Am, and you know, Keaton for BCG2 is a pro driver, so you know, it's just a battle that he doesn't need to be involved in. You know, he's probably a bit more worried about Mr. Lewis behind in the 38. So yeah, Keaton on his merry way, and Yickety, you know, he's got to start thinking because Lewis doesn't seem too far behind. Shamrock though, making a move down the inside on Andrelli, and looks like easy done.
And easy done there for Shamrock. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. And you can see he's gone through there. And you'd almost think it's St. Patrick's Day because he's made that move stick. And the poll is continuing. 9 votes for yes, Prince. Yes or no are the 2 options, and 9 votes emphatic yes for the Sim Rigs gift voucher draw. How long does that last, Prince?
I believe the poll ends. It should be in the next 30 seconds or so, but it's a pretty unanimous yes. So it's up to you when you'd like to run the draw now, Trev. You know, the people have spoken.
And it is a democracy here, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to see spin number 2. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready for it? Here we go. Step right up to the KRL spinning wheel. Here we go. It's coming. Who's it going to be? It's getting slower and slower. It's going. It's Figo. Ding, 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 ding. Figo has won the $100,000
Wow, yeah.
and there we have it. Redraw, says Nemo. I do apologise. It is $100. The Sim Rigs gift voucher. So let's Figo winning that one, and that'll be a great deal down there at Pony Club Racing. And Nemo wants the redraw as Hyperdrift is off the track, we're hearing. Stop everything, because we're hearing that Hyperdrift has had a moment.
Yeah, that's not what you want to be hearing. You know, it does look like he's continuing. Doesn't look like there's any damage on the car. So, you know, thankfully, he's able to keep on driving.
As we see Hyperdrift now, that gap is 4.1 seconds. Lap 57 here, ladies and gentlemen. So we've got 2 winners so far, Vert Wheeler and Figo. And don't forget to continue to get your votes and your views and your comments coming in, because we are almost in 20 minutes time, Prince, at half race distance, and 5:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, a little bit earlier. Get on Keaton, he says, because he is right up behind Vintage Racer, and this battle could be over very shortly, Nigerian Chuck Prince.
Yeah, this could be over just as quick as it started. Oh yeah, the door's open. You know, textbook move there. He did the same thing to Yickety. So Vintage there didn't look like he wanted to give it up, but Keaton was almost committed at that point, and unfortunately had to go through. It does look like Vintage is opting to come into the pit lane, so I wonder what kind of strategy call that one was.
And Vintage into the pits there. A little bit of aesthetic damage on the side of that McLaren, the 159. And you can see him into the pits there, dropping down the field. Riggsy and Binger. This is an interesting battle between the Lamborghini and Binger there, as we see Vintage Racer dropping down the timing sheets between Riggsy and Binger, who only followed the channel on Friday evening, if you don't mind, Prince. He needed to set up his Twitch account, and a little bit disappointing there, but King's Racing now down to 9th here this afternoon.
Yeah, so they're struggling quite a bit with the McLaren. It's, you know, I mean, it's weird though, isn't it? You talk about struggling in the McLaren, but then you've got Keaton absolutely flying in the McLaren. So it's just one of those things. I think maybe something's gone wrong in the setup, or maybe those guys just aren't feeling as confident as what they should be. But Riggsy, he's, you know, the one of one Lamborghinis in the field, and he's putting a lot of pressure on Binger. He's in the top 10, but you know, he wants to keep clawing his way a little bit further up here. You know, he's doing quite well sitting in P10.
As we are hearing, there is a Porsche and a Merc battle further down the field. Wilco wants to jump in for a chat, and Stay Roz.
Yeah, jump in.
Stay Roz, first time chatter, says Keaton is flying. First time chatter, Prince, please advise them on the instructions to slide their mouse across the page.
Yeah, first off, welcome to the stream. I won't give you the torment that I've given everybody else, but if you wouldn't mind hitting the follow button, everybody else, if you're in the chat and you haven't hit that follow button, definitely be sure to do that, because this is definitely one of the best commentary channels on Twitch. And Trev, you do a little bit more than commentary sometimes. You do a bit of F1 co-op season too.
Certainly do. That's when Wilco's feeling up to it, as Ricardo says, rightio guys, I'm going to hop off for a bit. I'll catch you guys later on in the race. What's the bet? He's off to get his 15 euro slab of Heineken, and he's off to Zandvoort, into the sand dunes to get on the piss. We know what you're doing, Ricardo, but that's okay. And watch your man, Super Max, Super Max, and take victory there this afternoon in Zandvoort. And limited edition VIP badges. Be careful though, Ricardo, because it hasn't been a good weekend for Ricardo's at Zandvoort, has it, Prince?
Yeah, no, definitely hasn't been a good weekend for Ricardo's. Unfortunately, that man's out of action. But I just want to touch on, you've got about 17 minutes remaining for the first draw for the limited edition VIP badge. So if you haven't, exclamation mark for LifeLine to make a donation. As I just want to welcome in a Wilco son to the commentary booth as I open it up for a minute and have a bit of food.
Thank you for that, Prince. We'll let you go off and have your famous Nigerian halloumi sticks as we welcome Jason Wilkinson from Kings Racing. Wilco, talk us through that opening stint here this afternoon.
Yeah, it was a pretty chaotic start. I think we started in 12th, and obviously with the two cars starting to be late, put us up to 10th, and went 3 wide into turn 1 and managed to squeeze up. And I think I was in about 6th or 7th for a while, and yeah, had a really good battle with Fargo. We've always had some good battles, and yeah, I held him up for about 17, 18 laps, and then eventually made one little mistake, which is all it takes, and it made him, you know, get that run into turn 1, and off he went. So I then was sticking with him for a bit, and then Aaron was all over us from Robbins Racing. So yeah, I had a weird glitch through turn 3 or through turn 2. Like I turned in, and then the wheel sort of like almost like lost all feedback. So I meant I turned in more than I needed to, which made me have to slide. And it took about a lap for it to sort of settle down. So whether the wheel got hot or something, I'm not sure. But yeah, handed the car to Binger. I think we were about 7th when I gave him the car, or 8th. Yeah, he's struggling with the pressures at the moment. They're pretty low. They're down in the 26 ones. And yeah, he's trying to get him to fire up, but it means that he's sort of overdriving a tiny bit, trying to get him sort of, you know, cooking. But he's about to make a move on Andrelli here. But not, he's thinking about it, but he's backed out of it.
And
so,
having...
yeah, so, yeah, just sort of sitting here in 9th. Going to adjust our pressures for Mac in the next stint. Wouldn't mind a bit of rain for the last stint. That might make it a bit more interesting. But yeah, well, look, it's pretty close. Like we've got who is it? Keaton's probably just going to start across the start finish line now, so he's probably about 30 seconds ahead. So there's a good battle for, yeah, who is it? 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. So yeah, we're looking good. It's going to be good.
Great stuff as we are riding, or we're watching that battle, I should say, between Andrelli and Binger King. And Sidorg wants to know, what is Jason Wilco's sock status? A little bit cheeky there from my favourite driver, but thank you, Simon. Wilco, what is the status of your socks at the moment?
Yeah, they're still on. I've got the fan on, so it's, you know, not too bad. It was pretty hot during the stint. Obviously, you've got a car behind you for 40 minutes or so. It makes it, yeah, quite steamy, but it's all good. Socks are still on.
Well, 18 degrees here in Benalla, 19, top of 19 tomorrow, fine and mostly sunny, so spring is in the air everywhere I look around as we keep looking at Binger now, and this car being driven by the names on your screen, Jason Wilkinson, Mac Miller and Binger Ling, and first in France, 4th in the United States, 3rd in Belgium. Where is it going to be tonight, Jason Wilkinson?
Well, we are leading the championship, so hopefully as high up as we can go. But yeah, look, halfway through the race, You know, it's yeah, as I said, pretty close. So we'll see what happens. There's being nearly as a dive there. Looks like the car 99 absolutely destroys his tyres. So Fly, who's Andrelli's teammate, was about 10-15 seconds up the road, and then towards the back of the stint, he was probably doing 45, 46s, and Andrelli seems to be struggling with tyres now too. So there he goes. This could be the move. Yes, it is. So there you go. Andrelli might be struggling with the tyres again. So maybe a little bit wrong in the setup window, and might be good over a few laps, and then just sort of shoots him up. But oh well, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
We shall see what happens. Thank you very much. That is Jason Wilkinson. Bad luck for the Hawks yesterday afternoon. But Binger getting that move done. Big thank you to the Hawthorn faithful for everything in season 2023. Why am I saying that? I don't work for the membership department, but and Riggsy very close here in the 270 Lamborghini. Look at these battles continuing to rage, and where did he come from, if you're still there, Wilco? Because that is very close there. He almost made a move on your man in P8.
Yeah, I'll stay here until we get an okay from Voodoo, just help him out for a bit. But yeah, we've been struggling a fair bit under brakes. I'm not sure what it is with the McLaren here, but it's not as fast as it could be. Obviously, Keaton can, drive the absolute shit out of the McLaren, so it's not too bad. But for everyone else, it's sort of, maybe it's a bit of bad BOP around here for the game gives. But even, the braking performance is just not ideal. So, I mean, Riggsy's a quality driver. He's does all his sprint car stuff as well, so he knows how to, find that limit of the car. So it's going to be, hands full for Binger here until he can sort of hopefully catch up to Shamrock again.
As Messick, while you were discussing that, Wilco, Messick making a move on Nismo there for passing Heatstroke, then making a place up to P14, or P13 I should say, past Heatstroke, and Princess Fiona is getting amongst the emojis. How good is it? Don't forget to use the custom KRL kit buyers emojis, and don't forget to use your kid coins, as you can see denoted by the small kit coin in the bottom left-hand corner of your chat.
We've got a crashed car 18.
And we've got something going on. There's a huge crash. And Sideways Polka. Sideways is looking very sideways at the moment. And is he going to get that back onto the circuit? And those 2D, the 2D spectators just getting in the way here, but Sideways Polka having an almighty battle, just trying to get that thing back on the circuit, Jason.
Yeah, he must have. I just saw the yellow flag, and then hang on, Binger's going off in his ear. His kid's turning lights off on him and stuff. So Binger's got his hands full. But it looks like Sideways might have just made a little mistake, and it's sort of cost him a bit of time. But the main thing right now is Mint Matt is flying up to Hyperdrift at the moment. He's only about 3-4 seconds behind, so that might be the next battle to watch if Riggsy can't get the move done on Binger at the moment.
And we will see. And Simon Bishop also part of that team.
My ball team. Yeah, they're really
and Fiona.
Your favourite driver, isn't he?
And no, those honours are shared equally. Oh, here's a bus. Oh my goodness, there was a car facing the other way, Wilkinson, because I'll get back to you throwing me under the bus with my man Mintman in just a moment, because there was a car facing the wrong way and I didn't see quite who it was. I saw a flash. And there was a car 666, the Exorcist down there. And Fiona just redeeming the Suckmate Bowls, honey. Sound effect with your kid coins, a little bit naughty there, Fiona. But there's nothing wrong with being a little bit naughty. And Exorcist has spent more time off the track than on it, Jason. Oh, and spinning again. Wowee, and it seems to be that corner, the Crocodile Mineshaft. Go! That's exactly what he's trying to do, Fiona, because he is off the track once again. He's 10 laps down in last position.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough race for the turn 0, or sorry, not turn 0, the turn 3-1 for they changed their name for this special one, but bit of a tough race.
And very tough indeed. As do we have any drivers out there? Do we have any drivers out there? Certainly not his day at the moment, but do we have any drivers in the chat who would like to come in for a commentary interview? You could be talking up here with us on the in the commentary box. That's right, with me and my Fernando Alonso shirt, GP2 engine. And we'll get rid of that camera quick smart, but not their day. And just jump into the waiting room and Chuck Norris will let you in as we see this battle continuing to rage like wildfire on a summer's night. And just, you can smell the smoke, can't you? Yes, and 0.6 of a second is the gap. And your man is under all sorts of pressure here as we talk to the man from Carrum Downs, the multiple KRL champion. And your teammate is under all sorts of pressure.
Yeah, he's doing
Oh,
no,
contact!
not anymore. He's been tagged.
And he is spinning around, and the turning circle is like a London bus on that McLaren there, Jason. He's not going to get back around. He's lost 2 places there.
Yeah, that wasn't ideal. Yeah, the thing with that corner, we've been focusing on trying to break nice and early and get a good exit. That's the only way we're going to keep in front. And my headset's just going off at the moment. But yeah, so we've got a bit of damage now on the front, so that's not going to be ideal. We'll have to make a pit stop soon, straight as the track sort of turns to light cloud. So that's going to help mix the pressures. But obviously the front of the car and the rear of the car at the moment is being sandwiched, so not ideal. But you know, we'll move on. Riggsy at redress, so yeah, not too bad.
As you can see there, Riggsy doing the right thing by him and readdressing. I can only imagine what is going on in that Bingerling headset of yours with Binger right in your ear. We've got the young kids turning the lights off, and we've also got people running into the back of you. It's not ideal for Kings Racing, as Princess Fiona says
Fantastic!
And Surgeon 452 now following. And how many followers is that? Let's have a look at our follower goal, please, ladies and gentlemen. 236. Wowee! And if you are out there watching and you haven't followed the stream, please consider doing it. We'd love to have you as part of the family as this battle is continuing to rage on. Rage. And don't forget to join and support LifeLine in mental health and suicide prevention. If you'd like to make a donation, follow the link on your screen. Wow, that was almost an action replay of the time before, as we're hearing that we are hearing that the Nigerian prince has 2 minutes until his chicken nuggies are ready. And 2 minutes, that was about 5 minutes ago, so those nuggets should be well done now. As Riggsy having another go down the inside. Oh, Jesus, they're going to touch. I can smell them. That's how close they are. Oh, contact again. They're bouncing each off other and go. I can't even talk, Wilco. Your man's off again. And it seems
that my ears are bleeding at the moment. So
there we go. That's all right. That's okay, because there are absolute scenes here.
Pretty much there.
And
Oh my goodness, this is fantastic!
and it certainly is fantastic, but not fantastic if your name is Binger King. And I reckon I wouldn't want to be a young kid around that house turning lights off anytime soon, Wilco, because this man is going to be absolutely fuming, and he'll be absolutely raging into your headset, and he'll be fuming inside of that car.
Yeah, I might have to go put out some fires for the moment, so I might might leave you to it.
When you hear that fire bell chime, Fireman Wilco is there on time. Binger might be in a jam, so hurry, Fireman Wilco. We'll let you go. And someone's nibbling at my leg, and I think it's my dog. But Wilco, you go off and do what you need to. But Butler, and Butler racing right up behind Shaky. As get the belt out, says Jono. Whack! And whack the kid right on the arse, because this is not that we endorse that kind of thing, but Sidorg saying not a lot of give or take there, he says, which is very, very interesting. Thank you, Sidorg, for being such a wonderful human being and accepting my friend request on Facebook this morning when I wasn't trying to find Matt Simmons. He's done it again. This is the second time we've had this where somebody is redeeming the commentary cam and he wants to see the dog. Okay, and let's hope it's the dog here, but we're going to get this commentary cam up and running very, very shortly. If I can find where the bloody hell it is, let me have a look here. And we've got the commentary cam is on now, and let's just have a look here. There we go, good girl. And there we go. And I know you're scared, I am too, but look at that. Daddy is commentating up a storm here at the moment. But don't be shy, that's all right. As we can see, 2 hours in this race having elapsed, which means that there is 2 hours to go. And there we can see it. We're going to stay with it for a lap. And she does... oh, look at that. Great doggo content here, ladies and gentlemen. And you look a bit tired. Would you like to say something to the viewers out there? 43 people. And she said, Dad, you're a little bit nuts. There we go. Just say something into the microphone.
I was gonna say, she's like, yeah, I'm having a good time. Yeah, I'm scared. Don't look at me like that. You know what I mean? Like, what you doing? Why you come close to my face like that, man? Like, yeah, that's probably what the hey man, what you do? That's probably what the dog's thinking about.
All right, we're going to put you down there. Say hi to everybody. And that was a bit more like Scooby-Doo. But thank you for redeeming that commentary cam. And surprised your shirt doesn't have Matt's face on it. And no, that's still on its way in the mail. I've got to say, maybe we can make that happen. Maybe we can get some special Matt Simmons t-shirts on the way. And Matt Simmons, what I want to get done, I'll show you exactly. I'll jump off the commentary cam in just a few moments, but I'll show you the exact thing I want to get printed on the shirt, Prince, if you're there listening. And we'll just wait and see. We're going to Google this, and I'll just show you the exact picture if you're out there. And where is it? The one where you greeted in the cafe by Matt Simmons. And where is it? I'm just trying to find it.
We just need to get it printed as like just his face, like, you know, as big as the guy's face on your shirt currently, right?
And
that's just Matt Simmons.
As we see Riggsy continue, I'm just trying to find it at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, but we are on lap 68, can you believe, Prince?
That's what's been happening.
As I...
Sorry, Trev. The Exorcist said, so I've had wheel disconnects going through corners. We've had a day to forget, but we're still circulating. So that would make sense as to why we've been seeing him have those unfortunate moments. As we see, hi there, I'm Matt Simmons. Nice to meet you. He probably doesn't sound like that. But,
that's,
you know,
I want to put that right there. And wow, this is just getting weirder before it gets better. But Fiona loving the doggo, that's great. Maybe we can make that happen. But that is the exact picture I want to get. As I'm going to turn this off now, Prince, because the people don't want to see such a gorgeous looking man for too long, because it's going to distract them from their racing here this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can't have such beauty on the screen for too long, you know. It's a limited time, you know, a limited edition, you might say, feature to the stream as we come to the closing of our first limited edition VIP badge, Trev. So I'll get to the draw and I'll have a winner announced in the next, you know, 5 minutes or so.
Well, whilst you do that, my doggo is looking to go outside to do the business. So the leader is in the pits. Thank you, Jono Stan. And Psydog, you get the idea of what I'm trying to say. Hi, I'm Matt Simmons. Lovely to meet you. And Voodoo, so sorry to hear. Glad that you are still circulating, as we have hit the halfway mark here in this race tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we might ride on board with a car as we see a bit of pit stop action there. Right down the back. Keaton as well back into the pits. Or BCG2 into the pits. We might take a look at this man who's coming up to some traffic. as we wait to see. We're inside 2 hours remaining now, and limited edition VIP badges getting handed out, 2 of 2. Use a Lifeline to make that donation, of course, as we might ride on board with the one and only Matt Simmons whilst we take a break to let the doggo out. And I think that has finished, of course, but we'll get to our winner here. In fact, here we go. We'll stick with Vert Wheeler for Acceleracers, who won the first wheel spin, of course, before the start of the race. And he'll be very, very pleased with that as we ride on board with Vert Wheeler for a lap of Kyalami. I will be back very, very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, for the final 2 hours of the Gamer Gear Direct, 4 hours of Kyalami.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, that's why I was going on breaks, hoping that you would be like, oh, I need to go on a break, because I didn't want you to continue for so long in a row, if that makes sense. I wanted you to remember that during these, when we took the hour break, it was good.
It
You know what I mean?
certainly is always a good idea, as we're just about to come back. Sorry about that, Voodoo, but I had the audio coming through, and I didn't mean to do that. But just remember, if you're feeling a bit down out there and a bit tired, have a break. Have a Kit Kat, Voodoo. That's great advice, isn't it? So congratulations to Neil Sweet for winning the limited edition VIP badge. Thank you so much for your donation to Lifeline, and my goodness me, we've come back had a very saucy time here because Zest won, and Hyperdrift are having an almighty scrap for P2 in this race on lap 72, and gee whiz, that's closer than you can poke a stick at, because as we head down into Mineshaft and all the rest of these corners, not Mineshaft, the S's I should say, turns 8 and 9 heading towards turns 10 and 11, and this battle is very, very close, if you don't mind. And Neil, please leave a comment when you can so we can give him the VIP badge, Prince.
Yeah, so Neil, congratulations on winning the first limited edition VIP badge that we're giving away. The draw is open currently for the second one. If you would like to get involved, all you got to do is make a $2 donation or more to LifeLine using !LifeLine to be involved. I just also want to touch on, for those that might be listening now that might have missed, we've given away already 2 of 3 $100 gift vouchers with thanks to Simrigs. So our first winner was Vert Wheeler and our second winner was Figo. So I'd say in about an hour's time or so we'll give away our final $100 gift voucher. But this battle between Hyperdrift and Zest is getting intense, Trev.
It certainly
and
is.
This is the fighting end of the grid too. For
Ooh, it's very pointy, and I reckon I'd love to be a fly on a wall in that team meeting, because you can see how close it is. Hyperdrift is through now. You can see he is through. Fiona sending the love in the chat with the purple love heart. Thank you, Princess Fiona. Big supporter of the channel, and also loves to cheer a bit as well, and commence Mac B fight back to AM P1. And where is Mac B? We won't see what else is happening. Nemo's in the car too for BCG2. And where is little Mac B now? Down in P20 as he starts the fight, and we've got Matt Simmons, I believe, into the pits. And is he changing over with Simon, I think, here, Nigerian Prince? He may just be doing that.
Yeah, so it must have been in the time that we were watching. Matt must have gotten in front of P2 and regained P1, I guess. So it's good to see that they're in
fastest lap
lane
too.
in front, and we'll see how that battle resumes
Look at
when
you
they come
go.
out of pit lane. 53 seconds is the gap, so we assume that will be quite close as they come out. But Ikentosh, though, he's doing quite well for himself, Trev. Sitting P2 currently, Pro-Am, P7 overall, and he's not too far behind. He's got about 5 seconds or so to our man Nemo.
Yeah, you're really good.
At the helm of the 159 BCG2.
He is, and as we see Sel Ragas, look at you go, redeeming the salty Wilco. And as here we go
Did I
again.
send it, or did I
Did I send it?
Oh, send it!
Oh, send it, baby.
Oh,
And,
that was tough, guys. Oh, thank you.
I love the Carlos Sainz. Smooth operator indeed. You are Sal Ragas. And BB450 with the Suck My Balls Honey. Hyperdrift pitted about 5 to 7 laps ago, we're hearing from Jason Wilkinson. And just touching on this man, Nigerian Prince, for Hoon Corp 2. And I looked it up actually whilst I was having a break. Ikatosh in the Finnish, it's a Finnish word meaning never give up. And that is exactly what he's showing here tonight, Ikatosh. Ikatosh, that's how they say it over in Helsinki. And if you believe that, Prince, you'll believe anything. But he's still doing a magnificent job there in P7. 6.3 seconds off of Nemo Nation at the moment.
Yeah, so he's doing quite well, you know, like you were saying, that never give up, and the never give up attitude is the way to go. But I just want to touch on, I've got I brought somebody in for a commentary interview, Trev. I got Lewis in here.
Well, Lewis, please, have we got you there as we see Jimmy Payload come into the pits? Lewis, talk us through your race and your stint here in the opening couple of hours.
Oh mate, we started pretty far back, which was not going to plan, but we have definitely made the best out of it. Eka and me have both done a stint so far. Eka's back in the car now for another hour or so. And we're looking to do just one more stop.
And so, well, we're just seeing here on the screen, Ikatosh in the car at the moment. Of course, did not start in the opening 3 rounds. What are the expectations?
Me and Ikatosh did do Paul Ricard, but that was under Hooncorp 1.
Hooncorp 1, so the first race under Hooncorp 2 and the Hooncorp 2 ownership. I was going to say, Lewis, what is the target for today inside the top 10, or are you looking for more?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're sitting pretty well in about P5 after all the pit stops. I think Yuki's just gone in now. We are leading the class after this pit stop happens. So we're looking to keep that, maintain that for the rest of the race, see how the other boys ahead go, and pick up a few more hopefully.
And don't forget, before we let you go, first of all, thank you for joining us, Lewis. We know it's always a bit of a tense time during the actual race, and you're looking to have a break, mate. But give us a shout out for Hooncorp as well. Hooncorp Esports, they're doing some pretty good things in the world of sim racing as well.
Yep. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Oh, you want me to
yeah,
give them a shout out? Yeah, man. So Hooncorp is a Gran Turismo team. Run by Nismo Nath 5, who's actually in this race under Hooncorp 3. He's not in the car at the moment. I believe he was in a stint before. But Hooncorp actually does racing in real life as well in Auckland, New Zealand. We race in the NASCAR Pro Series. Obviously it's not actual NASCAR. But yeah, and we also host a lot of events for car enthusiasts like drag racing, short circuit racing as well, time trials. Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you, Lewis, and everybody there at Hooncorp. A huge shout out, and I'll wait for an invitation, Lewis. I'll be over there for that, and that'll be fantastic. But thank you for joining us, mate.
We'll get you in for the 24-hour, right?
Yeah, that'll be good. I'll struggle to do 4 hours, but thank you, Lewis. It's been an absolute pleasure, mate, and all the best for your boys in the next couple of hours. Oh yeah, thanks Trev. Yeah, thank you Lewis there, but Aaron now, here's a man we haven't mentioned since the early going of this race. He's right up in Zesty's business, Nigerian Prince, and I'll just wait, don't worry Prince, I'm going to wait till you put that darn tootin' chicken nugget down before you can come out and say anything. But in fact, I think Aaron now 13 seconds further back. I thought that was pretty close there, but P8 for them at the moment. We saw them battling with Kings Racing. How have you seen their performance here this afternoon?
Yeah, so I thought the exact same as you in that moment in time. I thought they were in a battle there, but we did see Zest coming in a pit lane. He's currently P3. But Aaron's been doing quite well, I think. You know, he's been somebody that we haven't touched on too much, but you know, he's been one of them quiet achievers, so to speak. You know, he's been in the background. We haven't really seen him too much on the show, but he's been doing really well. So currently P7, P3 Pro-Am, so he's in the podium, which is doing quite well. And we've also got Vintage Racer, as you can see, in P9 as well. Mac not too far behind, 1.3 seconds. So I just want to bring in Keaton as well. Trev, we've got one more commentary interview for you.
Yeah, bring them in as we just want to quickly update everybody out there watching. We have currently raised a very impressive, if you don't mind, Prince, $1,451 for LifeLine so far. Thank you, everybody. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Thank you for the support. We greatly appreciate it. Princess Fiona, thank you for your support with the beautiful message there. Awesome race, says Princess Fiona. As we've got Keaton on the line. He's jumped up into the commentary box. He's out of the waiting room. He's into the commentary box. Keaton, have you got us there? Loud and clear, my friend. Just turn that mic up maximum volume if you don't mind, mate. Talk us through your opening stint. How's the team going so far this afternoon?
Yeah, going good. I think Norm struggled a little bit on that first stint, but otherwise, yeah, now starting last, but well, it's what it is.
And what's the target at the moment, mate? It's obviously starting from pit lane, which was unfortunate, but is it a matter of damage limitation? I know everyone loves to say that word, but what's the aim for the rest of the afternoon?
Keep up the track. I reckon we're fourth at the moment, so I reckon if we can hold it there, it'll be a very good place to finish. So if we can get third, it'll be even better, but they've got a big gap ahead of us, so see how that goes.
We'll wait and see how it goes. And just explain to us, because the Nigerian Prince and myself were just admiring the pace you had a little bit earlier on in that stint of yours. Mate, was it fun coming through the field?
It makes nothing better. Makes it more fun.
Fantastic. It keeps it interesting, and a great bit of advice too. It's all about keeping the car on the road and pointing in the right direction. Keaton, thank you for taking the time out during this hectic race, mate, to have a chat with us. It's much appreciated, and we hope you can continue to push forward in the field for the next 2 hours. Oh, thanks for that, Trev. And there we have it. Why do they all say the same thing, Prince, at the end? Oh, zigzag, and Vert Wheeler. Let's have a look at this. P21 and P22. And Zigzag wants that $100 gift voucher, but Vert Wheeler says, piss off, it's mine, Prince. And this battle is heating up.
Yeah, the battle's heating up. Everyone wants that $100 gift voucher, and you know, we got two drivers out there circulating at the moment that have got it, and you know, and some of these drivers might want to take it from them, but little do they know, we've still got one more to give away, and that'll happen in about 40 minutes or so. But this battle, as you were saying, Trev, heating up, Zigzag. He's you know, one of those quiet achievements that we were talking about earlier as well, and you know, he's currently sitting P2 in the AM category, so you know, those guys having a good run at the moment. They'd be hoping to try and catch up to Mac. You know, the BMW, can't quite read the number there, but they're at P19. But Vert Wheeler, though, all the money's riding on him.
And it is very tense. Like we always say, we love a good battle further down the field, and Zigzag and Vert Wheeler. And we saw the battle continuing now down the mine shaft. And it is Zigzag who will be hunting for gold. In fact, diamonds here as he goes a little bit wide there. As we've got Butler coming in for a chat. As we've got Butler, in fact, in the commentary box with us for a chat. Butler, have you got us loud and clear?
Yeah, I think so. How you got me?
We certainly do. Come in over and talk us through. Oh, and Zigzag. He zigged when he should have zagged there, Prince, but we've got Butler in. And on the buses, who could forget that? Stan Butler, great show that is, and showing my age a little bit there. But Butler, talk us through the opening part of your race here this evening.
Yeah, well, yeah, we got off to a arduous start. Mac had issues with his throttle and that, so he had to come in and pit. He only had half throttle, so he come in and pit. We did a driver swap, unexpected. Put me in the car for a few laps while he reset, and worked out his pedals. So we lost the lead of the AM class, but yeah, well, I think we're back in the hunt with Knight in front now, so he's back in the car. Halfway through his stint, and then I'll jump in for the last bit.
Great stuff. And what was the expectation coming in to this weekend's round, mate? What were you expecting to get as a result out of today?
Oh, look, Mac was really quick here. He made top 10 and top 10 shootout for the first time for Mac B, so we were really like super pumped about that. So we were expecting a top 10, but look, we just wanted to take out the AM class basically. So that was apart from a top 10, the AM class win would be absolutely fantastic, and that's what we're pushing for.
And it'll be absolutely fantastic. Of course, we're seeing on the screen now Mac B Racing, car number 23, the BMW on your screen here at the moment. One of only a couple of BMWs in the field tonight. Did not start in France at Paul Ricard, 19th in the US and Belgium. 12th in Belgium, I should say. And like you said, looking to take out your class here this evening, mate. Thank you. We always appreciate the drivers jumping into the commentary box. We know it's a very highly stressful 4 hours or so, mate, but congratulations so far in the AM class, mate, and all the best for the next stint and the remainder of the race.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate your time, yeah. Thanks a lot.
Great stuff. Thank you. And the pleasure's all ours. Butler Racing there joining us. And fantastic as we see his man on your screen, number 23 for the BMW. And what a race we're seeing. And as soon as I say that, he says a slight moment there. Nothing too concerning now as Fly Sky and Nemo are close. And Immortal Nick, or whatever his name is, and Carman Go, and come chameleon, you come and go, you come and go, come chameleon, and how good is that? Yes, this looks fantastic, and that sounds like something that Murray Walker would say here today. And thank you for that. Great to have Come and Go. And Prince, I can't even say his name without singing, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, it's just one of those names that you just can't help but sing it when you read it.
And boy, let's have a look at this. Just a tick over 90 minutes to go in this race, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're tuning in from New Zealand, then a big hello over there across the Dutch. And we know that a few of you are having fish and chips over there for dinner, and a few roasted parsnips as well. And do you think they like it over there, Prince, when I talk like that, or do you think it just irritates the shit out of them? What do you reckon?
Oh, look, I think it's good for a bit of comedic value. So, you know, I think it's a good laugh.
And can someone please get Neil Sweet and see if he can comment in the chat within the next 5 minutes, Prince? The pressure is on. My goodness me, there's a battle looming large. I think there's some lap traffic there, but please get your comment in, Neil Sweet, because he's sitting there with a VIP badge waiting for him. If he doesn't, we'll do a redraw, Prince.
Yeah, so Neil, you got 5 minutes, buddy. Throw a comment into the chat just so that we know what your Twitch name is, and then we can give you your limited edition VIP badge. If not, we will do a redraw, and there is 8 other people that are still looking to take that as we see Twitchy down the inside of Bert Wheeler.
Ooh,
that's a good move.
It should be someone awesome. As you can see, Vert Wheeler, they're very close. There's a bit of traffic involved here. We've got Hyperdrift further afield. Of course, these guys are well up the road. Yickety as well in P6 on the leaderboards. Of course, different classes here tonight. The PM, the AM, and the Pro class. And someone awesome is Neil Sweet, I think. Oh, and somebody going off there, Vert Wheeler. Zigzag is through. Wow, this is, look how many cars we've got on the single piece of track, and that's not going to end well here, Prince, I don't reckon.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like it's going to end well. Vert Wheeler, Zigzag side by side now, a little bit of chaos. They're filing out into T1. Looks like Vert Wheeler gets the best of both cars. Sidewalk, though, he's got nothing to do with this, and he's found himself in the middle of it. So he's hoping to kind of skip away a little bit, hopefully, but these guys still going at it.
Look at, oh, there's a little bit of contact there. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, smashing into the side of you. And look at this battle, they're still side by side, and they touch again, Prince. Bang, crash, bang, and he'll be very, very unhappy there, Vert Wheeler. And boy, there's the yellow flag out for Vert Wheeler, and has he done damage to that car? And it's going to be more than a $100 gift voucher right there, because that is not as Zigzag waiting up for him. I don't think he is, Prince. He's often true. He's often racing down the road.
Yeah, I think a bit of argy-bargy kind of ended up resulting in that. I think, I don't know, it's hard to kind of put a direct blame on either driver there, but you know, either way, they're both still circulating, and is what it is.
As Neil, sweet comment, toot sweet. And there we have it. So Neil, we're going to do a redraw if you don't comment soon. And Vert Wheeler is back onto the circuit as we've got a few battles happening here. Vintage Racer is just ahead of Random. And something, what happened to Hyperdrift? And there's something going on there. There's an almighty lot of damage to that car, Prince, and it's not looking good for Hyperdrift and Hoon Corp. As he's off the circuit, he can't even keep the thing on the black stuff and pointing in the right direction. That's how much damage is on that car.
Yeah, it's not ideal. He's not having the best of times there. So he's P2 currently, and this is sad to see. You know, they were in the running. They were a competitive car that was leading at some points during the course of the race, and it's sad to see that the amount of damage that they've got is going to result in them having to come in a pit lane and fix it up. And who knows, they might have 2 minutes or they I'm just gonna call that one out. That's a bit dog. Like there's no need to remove the pit limiter board in result of whatever happened.
Well,
but
did he have control of the car? That's the question, I think. It looked like it had something to do with the axles at the front. You can see the wheels facing the wrong direction. Prince is not convinced though, are you, Prince?
Nah, not entirely. Looks like he could control the car to some extent, but I mean, look, I don't know.
Well,
I'll leave it.
We need a bit of action. We need a bit of spice. And I tell you what, you have absolutely whatever was in those chicken nuggets, Prince. You come back, you must have put a bit of sriracha on them or something, because you are absolutely getting you're very punchy, and has to be over a minute's worth of damage. I think it's a minimum a minute's worth of damage, Prince. Like you said, maybe 2 minutes worth of damage to get repaired there for Hyperdrift and the Hoon Corp boys. Yeah.
Unfortunately, quite a bit of damage to repair to that one, but we do have another car circulating. I believe it's the Porsche, the 111 in P17. They've also had a bit of a busted bonnet for quite a while, so they've been circulating with that damage, so that mustn't be impacting them too much.
As we see that CS racing there, the 111 Porsche, as Wilco getting very colourful in the comments there. What a shame, says John O'Stan. Wilco saying that was booted, and that is a Porsche that cannot control itself. Looks like a little sick puppy dog or something. Oh, and Little Mac getting through the inside there, and I think we're going to see Nick coming into the pits. Are we? Surely we're going to see him come into the pits. No, he's continuing on, Nigeria Prince.
Yeah, I think the damage overall isn't too bad. It was almost a sketchy rejoin. Little Mac, I don't think oh no, yeah, that actually was full position. I didn't think it was, but you know, that was almost a questionable rejoin in there. But you know, this could be a battle now that's going to heat up. You know, Nick feels like he needs that position. He tried everything he could to retain it, and you know, is the damage going to be too much of a limitation for him?
And we'll wait and see. Still 45 people. Unbelievable world record breaking numbers here. And somebody called the Guinness Book of World Records, because this race is going to be one of the greatest of all time. What a race, says Riggsy. And how good does that KRL emoji look next to Riggsy's name? The emotes are absolutely fantastic indeed. And let's throw a monkey amongst the pros, says BB. And Random and Vintage having a ding-dong here, ladies and gentlemen. And redraw for the first limited edition VIP badge. And Fiona says, throw me, fish. And throw me in there, says Princess Fiona. And what an absolute pleasure it is to bring this race to you. Random down the inside of Vintage. Is this going to work? I think it is. Vintage will have the right of reply heading through the first couple of corners here. Through turns 3, 4, and 5. And I think he's got it done before the barbecue, Prince.
Yeah, great move there by Random. You know, he's been proving himself to be making some waves there, and Vintage not far behind. So, you know, he's got a bit of pressure now as well. Not only did he just lose a position to Random, but You know, Mac is also coming in hot and heavy, and he's wanting a slice of that cake as well.
And he's right behind the Pony Club driver in Vintage Racer, who is a lovely chap. Met him at Sandown and spent some time down there with the V8 Supercars crew and Airtime Media. Big shout out to them, fantastic stuff. And Princess Fiona says good luck on the redraw, and BB says go Mac B Racing. Mac is making moves here, and you're not wrong, BB, because we're seeing moves being made here everywhere at the moment, and here's well, we've seen already random going through, but now Mac is looking to make a move, although the gap is half a second. We've got Spawn Racing going very slowly for Heatstroke. What happened here?
Yeah, so something's happened. Oh, it seems like he's got it going again. There was a couple of drivers mentioning that we've heard over the course of today that they've been having issues with, you know, their hardware, you know, wheel pedals, things like that. So I wonder whether something's happening here that's involving the wheel or the pedals, or maybe fuel. Right on board with them, Trev. Right on board. Let's see what we can... Let's investigate.
Let's investigate what is happening to Heatstroke Racing. We'll get to them in a minute. There's Burrow, if you don't mind. Jimmy Payload. And Heatstroke, there we go. And they've stopped. They've stopped on the circuit. We're trying to get through the cameras.
Can you see fuel numbers?
And let's see, there's something going on here at the moment. Can we see the fuel? We'll just get rid of this. And what's the fuel like there? Can we see the fuel anywhere on the screen? And he's just sort of shimmying along. We're going to get Wilco to check the stream. And this is disaster for Heatstroke Racing and Spawn there, who's shuffling along. And what is that Marshal doing? Waving a green flag, which is in direct contradiction to the race control and the race director, who's waving a yellow flag. And somebody, just look, he's waving it with so much vigor, Prince, that the drivers are going to be coming around that corner thinking that they can go racing. And what is happening?
Oh my goodness, this is fantastic!
Oh! And we've ticked over to 50 people watching the stream, ladies and gentlemen. 50 people watching the stream. And it's great to have your company, ladies and gentlemen. And the green flag is correct, so that's South African Marshal. I was hanging shit on him, Prince, but he's doing his job much better than I could.
Wait, Trev, go back onto drive for a minute and hide the bottom overlay. He looks like he's throttling, right? But it's not registering as an input.
Yeah, I think that's we're confirming no pedal input. That's what we're confirming. The green flag is correct. His wheel has turned off and he's trying to reset it. Thank you for that, Wilco and Jono. Congratulations to Princess Fiona for winning a limited edition VIP badge, just one of two that exist in the known world. Thank you so much for your donation to LifeLine, and Princess Fiona is very, very happy with that. And oh, OMG, she's loving a bit of the Nigerian Prince and the VIP badges we're handing out tonight.
Yeah, so don't forget, we do have one more that we'll be giving away with 5 minutes remaining in the race. Oh, little Mac is getting a little bit tense here with Vintage. He wants the position. We did see him wanting it a little bit earlier, didn't we, Trev? And he's proven that he wants that slice of cake really, really bad.
He doesn't just want a slice of the damn cake, he wants the whole thing. And here comes Easy Mac and Cheese as we see that man still off to the side of the track. His wheels are gone. And Mac Miller now coming through the cheetah. Turn 15. Thank you so much, says Princess Fiona. And Matt Simmons. Oh my goodness, as we take a look at Vintage and Matt Simmons, Vintage and Mac Miller in the chat. And let's just take a look. I'm going to read this out. And with my hands above the desk, I feel for Hyper. He was driving amazing. Team of the day so far, he says, for BCG2. From pit lane to P3 so far. And that's right, you can see those hands. They are well and truly above the desk, ladies and gentlemen, as we head back to the live racing action. Princess Fiona, thank you for that as we get an update on, we'll get to an update on the LifeLine fundraising in just a few moments, but Mac Miller right up behind Vintage Racer, and nice top there, says Jason Wilkinson. It is the great man Fernando Alonso, and we've currently raised $1,451 so far, but this battle, as the sun sets here at Kyalami, track temperature still 31 degrees, and air temperature 27 with less than 90 minutes remaining in this one. Yes! Thank you for the cheer there, Fiona. Fantastic stuff. And how good is that? 52, Prince. 52 people watching. Incredible stuff as Mac Miller gets a little bit twitchy with it. No, twitchy.
Yeah. I just want to touch on to all you beautiful people out there watching. If you haven't hit that follow button yet, definitely please do consider hitting the follow button. We've only got 1 hour, 22 minutes remaining of this race. It's been a good one so far. Mac Miller got twitchy right behind him now, so or twitchy going down the inside is thinking about it. Can he get it done? Back a little bit sideways. He has to file in behind. So twitchy moves up for Home Corp. Vintage Racer. Is he going to be threatened by Twitchy soon, Trev? Or Mac Miller going into it in T1? Biddies. Yeah, or they're called bits, or I call them biddies. Just depends on what you want to call them. Yeah, look, that's all locked away. Ain't no one. Yeah.
When you get a message from Matt Simmons, as I've unmuted myself now, when you get a message from a man who's done everything in the world of motorsport, it is very inspiring, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. You know, you don't be too hard on yourself. Like, you know, mistakes happen, things happen. Endurance races bring out those things. So don't be too hard on yourself. It is what it is, and you move on.
You certainly do, as we take a look at Little Mac here. And here's a man, I think I've said it once during the stream here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, he runs a little bit wide. And Ikitosh is just behind him there. But as the late, great Peter Brock would say, bite off more than you can chew, and then chew like hell. Yum, 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 yum. And that is what Mac B is doing at the moment. A little bit of a moment there coming out of the final corner. And Carman Go wants me to get the biddies, to get the TI, something. Oh, never mind. Cheers, mate. It's not what you want, but just dipped a wheel and exit stage right, says Hyperdrift. Little Mac SR down. And what is that trying to say? This is very close. And Matt Simmons has donated. Mac is right behind Vintage. We'll get back to that battle in a moment, but Jesus, where do you look? And Wilco has done something there. And
he did the opposite of what I was gonna do. Wilco, bad one.
And thank you for that, Matt Simmons. Oh, Matt Simmons. He's donated $50 to LifeLine. What does that bring us up to, Prince?
That would bring us up to $1,500, I thought.
Wowee, did you hear that? And thank you for that, Jason. Our Mac is right behind Vintage, he sure is. And Easy Mac here for Kings Racing, right behind Vintage Forever. And Matt Simmons sending the love in the chat. What a fantastic human being he is. He's just about perfect, isn't he? And that's why we love him here at the GamerGearDirect Australia New Zealand Endurance Series, with thanks to Foster's and Qantas and the Marlboro Man, all of the sponsors. God, we love him. As Mac Miller now looking down the inside to get jiggy with it on Vintage Racer. He's going to have a crack here, Prince, and it's Ferrari versus McLaren. I'm losing me bloody voice because this is fantastic.
Yeah, this is some great racing, and you know, it's felt like a sprint race almost the whole way through. Just the battles that we've been seeing, it's something that you don't really see a lot of in endurance racing, and these guys have been providing the goods. So Mac Miller, he's been at this for a little while now.
Down the inside.
Oh my God, down the inside. Makes a late move, Trev.
Oh.
And has to file back in behind, I think.
And it just...
He'll have another crack.
He'll have another crack here. Vintage Racer running slightly wide. But this battle continues to rage, out of control. Not quite out of control yet. We hope it stays as... Ooh, Vintage going off the circuit. That's a little bit risky. Coming off and coming back on there. But I think he's got the move done. But definitely those two had to work in with each other to get that done without incident.
Yeah, they definitely had to work together to make it work. You know, they had a close call not too far ago, so you know, it's one of those ones that was kind of brewing, but thankfully those guys have gotten away clean. You know, the battle with Little Mac, yeah, you know, and Fly Sky and Mortal Nick, I believe it is. You know, this battle, oh my God, look, it's brewing, isn't it? I believe it was too wide, just behind. I think it's filed in.
Well, it's brewing. It's brewing like a cup of bushels tea. As Fly Sky there going wide, and boy, have we seen the cheetah catch people out there at turn 15. And he's responded to me, Prince. I said hi, Matt Simmons, and he's put back into the comments something which is absolutely outstanding, and that is, he says, hey Trev, awesome work for yourself and everybody today. One more hour of fun to go. Get ready to bring it home for BCG1 Racing. Hands up, everybody. And how good is that, man? Bye for now. Oh, hang on a minute. I'm not going anywhere because this battle, Little Mac and Fly Sky, I think I was shitting on when that battle was happening, because Nick is also getting involved down into turn 1.
Yeah, everyone's getting involved in this one now, so you know, we're creeping into that, you know, final hour of the race. The sun's setting, it's getting very moody in those kind of conditions. You know, I love the way the sun sets here at Kyalami in South Africa. It just feels so nice when you're driving through sunset and stuff like that. It's just picturesque, you know, but while you're doing that and you're involved in these battles that are going in, you know, that are happening on track, it just makes for a fun time. But Fly Sky though, going a little bit off track there. I feel like he's feeling the pressure here. You know, he's trying to get past Little Mac, but you know, Nick, he just wants peace, and he's just biding his time, I think.
That is for sure. That's what we all want, is a little bit of world peace. But Little Mac here, we're going to keep watching the battle between Vintage and Mac as well, as we see the sun setting here. Like the Nigerian Prince mentioned, he likes long walks on the beach and South African sunsets out there. If you're out there listening, just flick him a message. Don't forget to follow the channel, Prince. Please give yourself a shout out this instant. Don't keep me waiting any longer, as Fiona is there with the doggos and the love hearts. Where do you get these emojis and stuff from, Prince? There's an absolute shit ton of them. I think the technical term is there, but she is absolutely loving it there. Thank you to Princess Fiona in the chat, as we might just get rid of that for the time being. But Vintage Racer on your screen now. Mac Miller is streaking away there, and he's got that job done. That gap is now 2 seconds.
Yeah, so Mac Miller's just walking away with it here. Fly Sky though, under pressure. Nick's not letting up. You know, he was biding his time for a little bit, but now he's really starting to apply that pressure, knowing that Mac's starting to get away, and you know it's a position that he wants, a position that he feels like he needs. So yeah, it's just going to be one of those ones. Can Fly Sky hold it off? As we see a little bit of too wide action just in front. Well, that's just a little bear letting people go through.
As vintage racer for Pony Club Racing in the pits. Heath says go the Porsche. We'll check on that Porsche in just a few moments there. There is Nick. Ladies and gentlemen, Morton Nick. I thought it said Immortal Nick, but my eyes were deceiving me. And Fiona getting one of the two exclusive VIP badges here, ladies and gentlemen, and we've still got one to hand out, Nigerian Prince, and I think we're even going to spin the wheel one more time in the last hour as well.
Yeah, so a friendly reminder that everybody in chat, anybody that wants to be involved, you can make a $2 donation to LifeLine using !Lifeline, and you go into the draw to win one of two limited edition VIP badges. Fiona won the first one. You can also be involved with the drivers, I should say, are involved in winning one of three $100 gift vouchers, thanks to SimRigs, our sponsor, who have provided it to us. We've already drawn two of them, so Vert Wheeler and Figo have been our first two winners. We've still got one more to give away, and Trev, I'm getting that itchy feeling. You know, I kind of feel like giving it away in the next 10, 15 minutes.
Yep, I reckon it's going to go off in 12. And when he gets that feeling, when I get that feeling, I need prize wheel healing. Prize wheels, spinning. And nothing but the best VIP treatment. Look at that VIP badge. And how good is that? You guys are awesome. You're pretty good yourself. And we've got 11 minutes to go, Prince. I reckon we're going to spin it. We're going to spin at the 1 hour mark, ladies and gentlemen. So stick around for that as Nick is all over the back of Fly Sky here at the moment. And he looks like a Nigerian Prince going down over the top of a bowl of chicken nuggets, because this is very close coming up the main straight here.
Yeah, this is getting very close, and you know, you're making me tempted to go make some more chicken nuggets. But Nick now is going to try the outside line, which we don't see that works quite often, or a bit of door banging there. But it looks like he's going to go through because Fly Sky, sorry, had to go deeper due to that one. So yeah, a little bit of argy-bargy there for position, you know, but well, it looks like he's giving it back, so that's good to see. So it looks like he'll have another go taking that position there.
As we've got Nemo and Ikatosh, which is finish for the word fight and resilience in the Finnish language, Ikatosh. Can you just imagine Kimi Räikkönen or Valtteri Bottas saying Ikatosh, which means strength in Finnish? And like I always say, Cam, if you believe that, you'll believe anything. But Come and Go has put a challenge to us. He says, here's a challenge for you boys, meaning us. He says, singing Cam, one of your favourite songs, and I'll donate 50 big ones. He wants a song, if you don't mind, and let me just get my singing chords ready. And Fiona says, Come and Go, giving a challenge here at the moment, because that is a big statement, Prince. $50 towards the mental health and suicide prevention fundraising that we're doing here this afternoon. That would be absolutely epic for Come and Go if we could do that here this afternoon.
Yeah, that would be massive. So Trev, I don't know about you, but you know, you get those vocal cords all ready.
Name a song.
I want to hear We Are the Champions. Or is there a request?
Oh no, he wants your camera on and you to sing the song. And thanks, thanks Wilco. I managed to figure that one out. But we've got 1 hour and 9 minutes. Oh, Look at you go. And don't you just love how Wilco just jumps in here like he wants to, look at that, take your kit off. And I don't know whether the world wants to see that. But BB says, you tell me, coming from last place to P13 and the AM isn't epic. Come on, he says, it certainly is absolutely epic, as Yickety as well. I was going to read that comment out as well, Prince, that Yickety has disconnected, we believe. And so we'll just scroll up in the chat. But yeah, they have disconnected and they are devastated down there, Prince, as we see. Nemo continuing, lap number 98. We're about to pass the 100 lap mark out front, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's an incredible milestone to be hitting the triple digits, and I think we're going to do it before that final hour. So I think we might be looking at somewhere close to, I'd say, 125, 130 laps or so, you know, by the time we see the checkered flag here. But you know, pace is undoubtedly being good up the front, and you know, it's been really competitive, and we've seen that the whole way through this series so far. So, you know, everyone, you know, coming out, you know, to play even harder, you know, the GamerGearDirect LifeLine Kyalami 4 hours. It's been good so far, but you know, does anybody? I just want to throw a question out to chat and you, Trev. Does anybody have a favourite livery that they've seen so far? You know, we've got a lot of drivers put a special livery on their car in support of mental health, in support of somebody that they've lost and stuff like that, or somebody that they're supporting. So, you know, is there anybody out there that's maybe got a favourite car, you know?
And let us know as we take a look at the birthday boy, Sofa King. 36 years of age, born and bred on the famous Mount Panorama. And King's Racing livery is awesome. All of the blueprints, that is LifeLine blue, says Jason Wilkinson. So that is magnificent to see.
Yeah, I love to see it. You know, it's great to see and hear the causes behind the liveries. You know, it's something very special, and you know, we've done this for a couple of years now, Trev. So, you know, everyone's come out to play for a good cause. But you know, I just want to throw in, Trev, my favourite livery I think has to be the Lambo, and I wouldn't actually mind if somebody from that team would like to elaborate with me and tell me what the colours are supporting under the banner of mental health. I'd love to hear it. But yeah, Trev, what's your favourite livery so far? Do you have one?
And sorry, I was just a bit distracted there, but that is a fantastic livery, isn't it, for Borough?
Oh, that's a lot of damage on the Mercedes. Did you see that?
And whereabouts are we looking?
On the front of the Mercedes, it was a bit broken.
And is that Dask? Are we looking at Dask in the Merc there? I think.
Yeah, the Sun Energy.
And it seems that the bonnet has popped, and that is not going to be good aerodynamically. And you can see there, hey, Mac B BMW was my choice in memory of your dad, BB. And thinking about you there, and a fantastic choice of a livery for you guys. But that's got to be causing all sorts of issues. But he's continuing on. He's going past the pit lane and continuing on his merry way. Whereabouts? He's 3 laps down, Cam. I'm just looking at the timing sheets here. There's probably not a lot he's got to lose by just continuing on at the moment.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like he's got a lot to lose. Looks like they're just going to push on and soldier on, which is good to see that they're soldiering on. I hope that they decide to fix the car on the next stop, but it just depends, I guess. You know, I'm sure the next driver getting in wouldn't mind waiting maybe a minute to fix the car.
As we take a look now, we'll get to that song in a moment. We've got 1 hour and 5 minutes remaining, ladies and gentlemen. I think we might, what do you reckon, Prince? We might do the final spin of the wheel, and we might hand out another badge, and then we might do some singing later on. But do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. 42 people sticking with us here. And Sofa King and Sniper, that move is now done, Prince, up into 20th. And wherever they are in their class, that move has been completed now for Sofa King. The birthday boy now gets the move done on F1 Sniper.
Yeah, great move there. So Sofa King gets his way through. Looks like Stu's just pulling to the side to let a couple of guys through. But Fly Sky though looks like he's not too far behind. But I'm just a little bit confused. It looked like Stu was pulling aside, but yet he's in the battle. Or meant to be in the battle here with F1 Sniper and Sofa King. So yeah, a little bit confused there.
As we tick over to 100 laps, here's another interesting battle because we've got Figo, Vintage Racer, is out of that car and now Figo's in it. And this is a man who has done very well tonight. He's picked up the $100 gift voucher. Of course, the winners, with thanks to our great sponsor SimRigs, the $100 gift voucher. And it's made him a little bit quicker. I think he's picked up a few tenths, if you don't mind. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, thanks to our sponsor, of course, SimRigs. Vert Wheeler winning the first, and Figo winning the second. Who will win the third spin of the wheel as Voodoo goes off for a short break before we do the final draw, ladies and gentlemen, and the final hour. Would you believe the final hour of this race? Where has the time gone? I know that's what you're asking, because Figo is right up behind Captain Risky, the insurance specialist here, and he's all over the back of him, and he'll be looking to make a move now through Mineshaft, the flowing turn 12 here, and then into the Crocodile. The Crocodile has caught a few people out here this afternoon, but he's dropped back a little bit there through turns 13, 14, and then the short run to Cheetah at 15. Slight elevation change there as he goes off the circuit, but no harm done now through the final corner, turn 16, as Princess Fiona is cooking while watching the race, and that is something that seems to be quite safe in theory, but we hope that you're practicing these safe cooking techniques that I'm sure that you are, because wow, watching us on the stream and cooking as well. Does it get any better than that on a Sunday night here in South Africa as the sun sets? And don't we love a South African sunset? I know that the Nigerian prince absolutely loves it. He loves long walks on the beach over there in Adelaide, and he also loves watching these South African sunsets. But 1 hour and 2 minutes remaining in this race. Let's keep recapping what's going on. Sideorg is up front for BCG1, 102 laps completed. And then it's Zest 1 for FTSC1, and that is Fiona's crew there. FTSC, Ikatosh, finish for strength we've learnt so far this evening. He's in third. Then it's Nemo for the pro class there. Nemo in the 159. McLaren, Aaron for Rubbins Racing inside the top 5. Good result for him. And then it's Burra now in P6. Beautiful looking liveries just behind that McLaren with a few dinks in it. And then it's Mac Miller for Kings Racing. 10 seconds further back to Smitty. And there is Smitty there in P8, 2 laps further adrift for Captain Risky, and this battle continues inside the top 10 here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break. I'm going to go take a whiz and have a pit stop of my own, and then we'll be back for the final hour. That's right, 3 hours down, 1 hour to go here for the GamerGearDirect LifeLine, 4 hours of Kyalami. I will be back very, very shortly. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of the Nigerian prince, and I shall return.
You're throwing me on the spot here, Trev.
Don't worry, that's the famous quote from General MacArthur, I shall return. And that's when the Japanese were invading the Philippines. And guess what, Prince? He didn't come back. He came back 5 years later once the Japanese had offered their surrender. But why, goodness me, they're almost 3 wide here. I was going off for a piss, but not now with this sort of action going on.
Yeah, these guys are going at it. You go have a quick break, Trev. But Figo now down the inside, gets past Saint Sim. Looks like can't see who that is behind. This is all kind of kicked it off now. Figo though, up into P10. He's going on fly. Vert Wheeler takes a little bit too much curb. We're locked to the one camera angle. Hey chat, so Dad's going to get milk. It's just us. We could do whatever we want. We can do whatever we want. Quick. While you have a moment to do whatever you want, take advantage of it, quick. You've maybe got like 1 minute. What are you going to do with that 1 minute? Do you reckon he's going to come back and get me? Oh, if I go down the inside of the wheelie here. Not the position I believe. Line. To raise the chair. Figo, Whiskey, and Wilco should have a good battle home. Oh. Quick chat. Quiet, he's coming back. Behave. You gotta behave now, he's coming back. We'll pretend like nothing ever happened, ready?
Welcome
yeah,
back.
so when Figo...
Oh, and sorry about that, Prince. Just go ahead.
No, sorry. No, you go ahead. Sorry,
No, you go.
I was just commentating about how well Figo's been doing for the last 5 minutes. You know, it's a little bit sideways there, yeah. You know, we didn't cause a ruckus whatsoever. Yeah, so Trev, welcome back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You've always been here. I'm the one coming back as Zesty is in the pits. And Sidehawk as well, Zest 1 in the pits, and we're seeing some pit lane action here, Prince, inside the last hour. And my goodness, Princess Fiona, with that pretty jazzy-looking VIP badge there. How cool is that, Princess Fiona? She says, the cheese platter sounds good, Prince. Nothing wrong with that. The more Figo and stuff get held up, the faster I should be there for the last stint. Beaky, nom 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 to Princess Fiona, and Come and Go throws the chair. He is not happy. We'll get to that song in just a few moments, and out of the pits comes Willstar now for FTSC. Figo, Risky, and myself should have a good battle coming home, and I've got a stutter there, Prince, which is not funny at all, is it? But I think we might go to the wheel spin. I think, Prince, is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I've got that itching feeling. I was just about to say, can we do the draw? I'm itching all over, Trev. I just want to know who the
should
get
be. Somebody to have a look at that itch that you need scratched there. But before this descends into complete madness, we're going to spin that wheel. You heard the Prince. When he gets that itchy feeling, he needs wheel spinning healing. Are we ready? Too late, we're ready to go. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go to spin the wheel. Who's it gonna be? Who is gonna get the $100 gift voucher here? Let's have a look. Who's it gonna be? It's coming to Fly Sky or Stew or Sideways Polka. Sideways Polka, we have a wiener. We have another wiener here tonight, and Come and Go's got that itchy feeling because Sideways Polka's picked up the $100 voucher, Nigerian Prince. Congratulations to Sideways Polka, who joins Vert Wheeler and the other bloke, Figo, who have won vouchers here this afternoon. Great stuff.
Yeah, so thank you, special thank you to our sponsor Simrix for providing us with these $100 gift vouchers to be given away to our drivers this evening. So Vert Wheeler, Figo, Sideways Polka, congratulations guys. I'll be in contact with you over the next day or so, and we will get that all arranged for you. But don't forget guys, you can also be involved in winning the last, or one of two I should say, limited edition VIP badges. So our first winner was Fiona, and you know, we wear these VIP badges with pride, Trev, we wear them with pride. So if you would like to win the lucky last one of two limited edition VIP badges, use !LifeLine to make a donation of $2, and you go into the running the draw will happen in the next 50 minutes. So definitely be sure to be involved in that one.
And get involved because Fiona says congratulations, and recapping Vert Wheeler, Figo and Sideways Polka, congratulations for winning the third and final draw for the $100 gift voucher with thanks to our sponsor Sim Rigs. How good is it to have them on board? And it's great to have everybody on board at home. And wow, that VIP badge is looking fantastic there, Fiona. And they're so rare, Prince. I don't even have one. That's how rare they are. But with 53 minutes remaining in this race, we're going to just recap here because we've got a little battle here. Figo, Captain Risky going at it. That is interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. And congratulations, Mickey. And oh, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. And you get the $100 gift voucher as well. Mick, pretty happy with himself there, Prince.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, look, I'd be happy if I won a $100 gift voucher. You know, there is also some prizes that we haven't really touched on. So, you know, thanks to our sponsor, GamerGearDirect, on Tuesday, we're giving away 2 Moser R5 wheelbases, Trev. All thanks to GamerGearDirect. That was the one for today. But yeah, thanks to GamerGearDirect, we're going to be giving away 2 Moser R5 wheelbases to the Shakedown guys on PC. So Tuesday, I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to be winning those as well.
And it's going to be absolutely epic. Don't forget about that 8 p.m. I think Prince Eastern time. We'll be back here.
Yep.
And we've got to spend a couple of nights in Kyalami, and who knows, we might even catch a sunset together before Tuesday night shakedown. That sounds absolutely fantastic. But just recapping, as congratulations, Mickey. And Mick says he would be very happy to donate that back for the great cause. And what a magnificent man Mick is. And Shakedown sitting P13 after starting P1 in the hands of Saint Sin. That's not a bad effort at all, is it, Prince, as well?
Yeah, doing quite well. So, you know, Mint Matt's been a man on a mission. And, you know, we see Psycho Agency, I believe, hopefully moving out of the way to let our leader go through nice and easy. So yeah, Mint Matt, these guys have been on a mission. So it was unfortunate, I believe, the 37 Ferrari was the other car that was in contention for P1, Trev. But sadly, we see them down in P14.
Is that a podium,
so,
boys? Is that a
yeah, it's one of those
podium?
ones where I think the BCG guys have gotten off a little bit easy here. But, you know, we're in that final hour now. This is where we're going to start seeing people creeping in a bit closer, battles getting more intense, because, you know, everyone's going to be fighting for that same piece of track, whether you're going for P1 overall in Pro-Am or Am, or whether you're looking for an overall result. It's, you know, it's one of those ones, you got 50 minutes on the clock to get it done.
Unbelievable. Could not have summed it up any better myself. We've been on the air for 3 hours and 22 minutes, and we've still got 50 minutes to go in this race, and we've got 42 beautiful people out there watching. We haven't had a follower for a little while, so if you're out there and you're feeling tense and nervous, just pick up your mouse or your iPhone or your Apple or Android device, whatever you've got, Prince, and tell them to get following. And also, Prince, have you shouted out yourself yet? That's a little bit unselfish of you, Prince. Please don't forget to jump over and give him a follow. There's a bit of a unspoken competition happening, isn't there, Prince, between yourself and myself as we close in on 300 followers here on Twitch. It's getting a bit competitive, isn't it?
Yeah, it is getting a little bit competitive now, isn't it? You know, I've always said it's only a matter of time before you overtake me, you know. A great man such as yourself is only going to overtake me in a matter of time, and you know, you're creeping closer. So if you're in this chat and you haven't hit that follow button yet, you're missing out on all the good stuff. So definitely be sure to hit that follow button. As we see Andrelli looking to make some moves here on Butler,
and you can see there for Mac B Racing and Butler there. We spoke to him, didn't we, Prince, an hour or so ago. Look at this battle. And Tom, the TH3 idiot, I don't want to say that. he's not an idiot because he's joining the family. He's joined the party. How good is he? He is now following this channel. And what a time to be following, because look at this battle. 15th, 16th and 17th. They're all in separate classes though, Prince, but how close is this? And Heath is just behind as well. And he loves it when streamers say my name. Tom the Idiot. Thank you, Tom, you absolute idiot, for joining us. I shouldn't call him an idiot, Prince, because he's just joined the KRL Kit Buyers family here.
Yeah, welcome to the family, buddy. Welcome to the family. This battle, though, Trev, I can't get my eyes off of it. It's one of those ones. I'm kind of cheering on our graphic designer here, Andrelli. You know, he does a great job with everything that you see. You know, we onboard graphics and the likes. You know, if you miss out on all of that kind of stuff, definitely be sure to go and watch the qualifying and the top 10 shootout that happened on Friday. And you know, there's so many other different streams that you can check on Trev's channel here, so definitely be sure to check those out. But Andrelli in the mix of a battle here, it's good to see, you know, on the back of Butler. It might be a pro and an am, but you know, they're holding their weight.
They certainly are. Andrelli going down the outside of Butler, and he's got down the inside of Stan Butler. I'll get you, Butler. And over to you now, he says. Andrelli says to Butler. And that'd look good on the thumbnail for Andrelli when he's doing his graphics. But down into turn one, not quite going to get through there, I don't think. Or is he, Prince? Is he going to hang it around the outside? There's room. Turn two, in fact, I beg your pardon, Crowthorne, and that's going to set him up for turns 3, 4 and 5. And look at how close it is. You couldn't put a Dutch pancake between them. And RDX1. Fantastic! Unbelievable. RDX1 is now following Prince. Oh my goodness, thank you to Andrew too for the $50 donation, 50 to LifeLine. We greatly appreciate your support. And RDX1 says, I want to get a wheel so badly after watching this. And boy, oh boy, this is fantastic. Great to have your company. Oh, Tommy boy says, what an underrated channel we've got here. And I've got to say, I agree with him, Nigerian Prince.
Yeah, honestly, I have to agree. You're, you know, you creep into the woodworks. You know, you're very underrated. You know, you're well under where you should be, but you know, the content is well above, you know, expectations. And you know, it's something I've grown to love here. And you know, you're a resident commentator, and you know, bloody hell, you're fucking good at it.
Thank you very much. Couldn't have said it better myself. I've been saying this for years, but finally, Andrelli there getting very close with Mac again, and Heath is there as well. And we can see there, Tommy, everybody getting amongst the chat. Jono, Stan as well. Andrew is me. The ball is in your court. Where are the glasses? Where are the glasses? I've got to do the singing. I haven't got any glasses, but... Fantastic! Oh, my goodness! And we've got 51 followers. Good gracious, can you believe it? Oh my goodness, what is happening here? G Nomeo 64 is now following the channel, and this is absolutely magnificent. And Prince, I'm trying to get the lyrics to this song, but where are we looking here? Culture Club, Karma Chameleon, and Prince, can we get those lyrics sent through? Fantastic! Wowee! And look at this, another person following Prince. They're coming from everywhere. We've got 51 people watching. Have we made the Twitch homepage or something? What on Jesus' name is happening here?
Oh, look, Trev, I'm not too sure what's going on, but, you know, this is all about you, and we're loving it.
Absolutely fantastic. Come.
I got fastest lap too.
And... look at you go. And thank you to Matty. And look at all the people as Twitchy with the fastest lap for Hoon Corp 1. The battle is on. And look at this, right behind Saint Sim and Tommy the Idiot. We got into his recommended, Prince. We slipped into his recommended there, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'm glad that we found you, because you know, this is the kind of thing that we love to see. You know, we love to see new faces. We love to, you know, we love to welcome new people to the family here, because, The commentary is always top notch.
44 minutes. Oh, and they touch! They touch! And they're both off each other's Christmas card lists because there's no Dutch pancakes between there and now. Who's that? That is Stewie Wilson, who is miles down the field. And Tommy... And yes! Fantastic! And the great Murray Walker there. Fiona cheering 5 bits. And if you cheer 5 bits, I'll show my... you know how it goes. But Fiona and Tommy says... Tommy says, I'm going to be here for a while, and that is great to hear. Got at it watching Mabix and Jardy. A pretty good sim racer, says RDX1. First time chatter, Jack Snov. It's all going off in the chat. And fresh tyres, 80 litres of fuel, 40 minutes of flat out driving. Let's get back to P7, says Jason Wilkinson for Kings Racing. And the battle with Rigsy, Figo and Risky is all going off here at the moment as we take a look at Twitchy. 112 laps gone, Prince. And we've got a few left to go. And 43 minutes of racing left, 112 laps gone, 43 to go, and we're going to get on the camera here, ladies and gentlemen, as we look at our race leader and the leader in his class. Let's have a look if we can find the Kid Buyers cam. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. You can see me rocking my Fernando Alonso t-shirt. As ready, everybody out there, 3, 2, 1. Count me in. This is for Andrew. And come a chameleon. You come and go. You come and go. Come a chameleon. You come and go. That's all I've got to sing. And how good's that? That looked a little bit weird, didn't it, ladies and gentlemen? But handsome as... Thank you for that, Tommy, my man Tommy. And you can see my Fernando Alonso t-shirt, GP2 engine. And we're going to go off the stream now. And we're going to go off the stream, I should say. We're going to go off the camera there in 3, 2, 1, and lights out, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of that, but handsome stuff indeed. And what a race we're seeing. Tommy, as the money is in the bag. Thank you, Andrew. And commentator is top nuts. Thank you, RDX1. And absolutely off my face here, if you don't mind. Not off my face in that sense of the word. But I've got to say, after 3 hours and 19 minutes, I'm getting pretty close to insanity here, ladies and gentlemen. But we're looking at Figo now, 1.5 seconds behind Captain Risky. And this is a battle that is showing no signs of slowing up for 7th and 8th between BCG and Pony Club Racing. And Fiona says, I need a camera while singing, as the Nigerian princess got off to check on his chicken nuggets. And limited edition VIP badges available to you. Princess Fiona's got one. And you just need to make a donation of $2 or more. Of course, for everybody out there watching who's just joining us, this is the LifeLine GamerGearDirect 4 hours of Kyalami as part of the Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series. And we've got to say that we've raised over $1,500 this evening for mental health and suicide prevention. If you would like to make a donation, every dollar counts. And please use the link. You can see it there in the chat. Supporting LifeLine, like I said, in mental health and suicide prevention. I know we have plenty of fun here, but it's a very serious topic. And if you are not feeling great, please reach out and find somebody to speak to. But like I said, every dollar counts towards our final goal of $2,000 is what we're aiming for, ladies and gentlemen. And we can see the LifeLine donations. That's we're looking to get $2,000. We've raised a bit more than that. And keep going, Andrelli, as they are racing in South Africa. They sure are, Tommy. And Tommy the Idiot joining us. Am I allowed to call you Tommy the Idiot? It still feels weird to me. And we've raised a Nigerian prince. Get this, $1,551 for LifeLine. How good is that?
Yeah, it's been very, very impressive. You know, we had fun. We did plenty of antics at the start of the charity month. Now we're getting to the end of it. We're getting to the head of it. So, you know, we've got Andrelli here under pressure. Butler as well. He's been seeing Andrelli in the mirrors for a little while now, and Andrelli's finally making his presence known as he tries to take it wide. Goes a little bit too wide, has to file back in between now. Heat though, one small mistake by either of these two, and Heat and Metal still,
I got fastest lap too.
are not too far behind for the pickings.
Look at
Metal
you
still, I
go.
believe, a lap down, but these guys though, Trev, this battle, it's heating up.
It is heating up like a few of your chicken nuggets in the microwave, Nigerian Prince, because this battle is showing no signs of letting up. Oh, Jesus, I nearly fell off my... Oh, they're spinning! What has happened there, Heath and Metal? Oh, the missus is messaging me. So, oh, no, it's not. That's okay. That's all right. I thought it was the missus sending me messages. I've told her not to do it during race time. But Heath is down the field. And that is terrible. It looks like he's got some damage out of that, but they just made contact and synchronized spinning there, Prince. They went around at turns, the barbecue, and both of them were cooked there on that occasion.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. So I believe Metal is a lap down, so a little bit unfortunate to get involved there. He does seem to kind of just want to get past, so a little bit unsure about, what's kind of going on here.
As we see there, Heath back onto the circuit as Burke's boy says, oh my, yeah, 11th is also slow as, and under blue flag says Sparky, 4 laps. And good to see Team Little Bear saying, good to see you have come in from mowing the track, LOL. Oh, and Heath is around again, and he's spinning around like Kylie Minogue all those years ago, and he's having a dreadful time as there's another car going slow a bit further ahead. I'm not sure who it is. I think it might be Psycho Killer there in 24th. He's still the fastest Honda, Prince, despite crawling around the track and almost at walking pace.
Yeah, so these guys have had an unfortunate run of, wheel disconnects and problems and stuff like that. So, that was with the Exorcist though, always trying to get out of the way here so the Lambo can weave his way through as we see him coming in a bit late.
There we see the Honda for turn 3144, 23 laps down, and now they are in the pits, Nigerian Prince. And I've got to say that Honda, it might be the quickest out on track, but I reckon my small blue Honda Jazz might have given them a run for their money here this afternoon around Kyalami. Can you imagine that, getting around Kyalami? And great stuff as Heat Stroke now, Kilroy behind the wheel of that car. And we've got Zesty One, who's in the commentary box with an interview, of course. If you are new to the Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series in this channel, we do like to bring the drivers in for a bit of a chat, just to spice things up. And we've got Zesty on the line with us. Zesty, good evening, good morning, good afternoon to you, wherever you're joining us from. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Career best form, I think, is the best way to put it, because the numbers are absolutely incredible here. And talk us through the opening 3 hours of the race so far for you guys.
Yeah, it was interesting. Will put in a really good first stint, and then I was going to take over, do a double stint, because the idea was with the new pit timing regulations and whatnot, I was going to do a full stint and then just come in and fuel up for another half an hour and keep the same set of tyres on and see if we could save a tyre changing, save time by not changing tyres, but couldn't really make a hold out to the end, so had to pit and change the tyres anyway, so maybe lost a bit of time there. Had a bit of a spin. It's really hard I couldn't really gel with this track. It's so hard to be consistent on. It's like I find anyway, it's such a technical track, but yeah, it's like we're doing well so far considering, I think, but gee, you gotta look, Matt and the BCG team is like 8 seconds from lapping the whole field. That's absolutely mental, so yeah.
Absolutely insane, and we'll see this race out to the end, mate. Are you done for the evening?
Yeah, I'm done. I've done my time. He's gonna see it through to the end, and yeah, it's just we got Hoon Corp looking down on us for about 7 seconds behind, and it's a bit to and fro the delta there. So still 34 minutes to go. What can happen? So we'll see what happens.
And we'll wait and see, mate. We do appreciate you, Zesto, jumping into the commentary box. 11th in round 1, and then 5th in Spa, and first at Watkins Glen, of course, last time out in the Endurance Series, mate. It's looking good for P2 at the moment. I don't want to go too early, mate. There's still plenty of time left, but thanks for joining us, and all the best for FTSC here tonight. Thank you.
Fingers crossed. Hope to talk to you at the end. Later.
Great stuff. We'll be talking, potentially be talking to you later on. That was Zesto, part of this squad. FTSC Motorsport, the number 27, the Ferrari. And good interview, Zesto. Thank you, come and go. And what a fantastic person you are, Andrew, for donating that money. And thank you to Little Running Bear, Little Bear, for the $25 donation to LifeLine. We greatly appreciate your support here this evening. And Nigerian Prince, it's not Running Bear, the famous Indian chief who loved Little White Dove with a love that was bigger than the sky. Team Little Bear with the $25 coming at us. What does that bring us up to, Prince?
That brings us up to an impressive $1,576.
Holy mother of mackerel, did you hear that? $1,570 something, but it's still not good enough. We need your support to try and get to $2,000, 2000, before the end of the evening here tonight as we take a look at Mintmat, who's, like we heard Zesto talk about, a few seconds off of lapping the entire field. And if that doesn't show you that he's in a race of his own, as there's a yellow flag there near turn 15, Nigerian Prince. What is going on there? Is that car... I can't quite see the track map. That yellow flag's cleared, so the danger has passed. And Captain Risky, the insurance specialist, right up behind the buttocks of that Lamborghini, and that Lamborghini's backside will need to be very wide here if he's going to keep this guy behind him.
Yeah, so Captain Risky now, like, he's been creeping up here, P7. He's been holding it for a little while now, but does look like he's going to give Mr. Riggsy 270 a bit of a run in that 270, I should say. You know, the Lambo's been pedaling ever so slowly. The beautiful livery that it is, you know, I admire it every time we see it. But oh man, I'm looking forward to seeing where this move is possibly going to happen. Or whether it's going to be one of those battles that we've been seeing quite frequently, Trev, where it's too wide for, you know, a lap or two until it files back out again for a little bit.
And we shall see, but the pressure after 3 hours and 29 and a half minutes, the pressure is still on. Every single one of these drivers are going to have sweaty palms, just like Mum Spaghetti, because Captain Risky less than a second back to Riggsy, and then it's Shamrock, here, and Shamrock, he'll be looking for a big frosty glass of Guinness tonight somewhere in Ireland, and he's up there in P5, and Keaton, who was good enough to join us, he's there in P7, and you can see at the top of your screen optimum track temperature. It's getting a little dark, a little murky there as we see Keaton come through. The cheetah is at a difficult time, Nigerian Prince, multiple champion I'm talking to. Is it a difficult time for the drivers, especially after 3.5 hours, to try and find your braking points and just stay concentrated for this last half hour?
Yeah, so these drivers would be, you know, running the mill at the moment, and even though it's simulated, you still feel that time moving on. You know, we've had the nice sunny conditions now. We've got the sun is setting now, you know, so the drivers would be starting to feel a little bit fatigued. They'd be starting to feel, oh, it's been a long day, and you know, this is where mistakes can start to happen in this final half an hour. So fingers crossed I haven't just commentated cursed anybody and there's no yellow flags about to pop up anyway. But you know, I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, these battles getting closer. So final half an hour, we've got Riggsy and Captain Risky, you know, really close together. I believe that's almost our closest battle here, as we go towards the checkered flag.
And we've also got Andrelli And Butler getting happy with it. Down the inside, Captain Risky looking to make a move. He elects to opt out of it at the last minute. And Jono Stan 96 has made his donation as Captain Risky. And from the famous AAMI Insurance ads, the insurance specialist down the inside at the barbecue. And he's well and truly cooked Riggsy on this occasion as we head down to the S's at turns 8 and 9 because he's got that job done. And speaking of the sun, Nigerian Prince, it reminds me of there was a man who stayed up all night. He wondered where the sun went, and then it finally dawned on him. He was very, very surprised about that. Thank you, Jono Stan. $100. Give that man a shout out because that's incredible. Be right back, says Tommy. He says he's got a lurk, and this track is amazing, which is amazing for me to watch as a South African. Why is he saying this now? Tommy the idiot is actually South African and is watching a race in his home country. That is fantastic stuff, Prince.
Yeah, I love to see it. You know, I don't know. Would you be able to tell us, is this circuit as beautiful in real life as it is portrayed in the game? Can you answer that?
Let us know, before you leave, Tom, please let us know how beautiful and how wonderful this track is, because we love South Africans, or as I've typed into the chat, South Afrikaners. So thank you for that. And the donations are coming in here. You got this, Will Star, says Jack Snov 87. And I've got to say, limited edition VIP badges, enter for 2 or more. We've got 2 of 2, I should say. Currently 4 entries, and we're going to draw that with 5 minutes remaining in this race. Inside half an hour, I think we've got Jason Wilkinson, who is with us in the chat. No, he's on his way. He's going to be with us very, very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. But stick around as Maria has donated $25. Incredible donations here, Prince, and they just keep coming at the moment.
Yeah, what's that saying? They just keep coming, they just keep going, they just keep going. I don't know what it is, you know? That saying just keeps coming, just keeps going. I don't know, it just keeps coming.
My money don't wiggle. Okay, as 27 minutes remaining, and Andrelli now, who's much more used to probably sitting there on Photoshop or something, creating a thumbnail or a beautiful video or something to the KRL family. But he's currently in a spicy almighty battle with Butler racing for Mac B. And you can see them here, Speedy Tyres as well, who is out of position, I believe. Speedy Tyres is up there in P11. Oh, Andrelli almost having a moment there. Coming out of the final corner, getting twitchy with it. No. And look at that VIP badge. And Mick says, let's go. Woohoo! Legendary. We know you are, Mick. And you are part of the family here. And currently raised $1,700. We've just got $299 to go, ladies and gentlemen. If you could please continue your donations. And boy, that VIP badge looks very nice there, Princess Fiona, because we've got 26 minutes left in this race. And let's take a look at Psycho Agency for turn 3144 racing well down the field there. Still the fastest Honda, as Kyle has donated $50. Kyle, thank you for that. Unbelievable, the incredible support we're continuing to receive here with this LifeLine GamerGearDirect Kyalami 4-hour race is absolutely incredible. And with your support, ladies and gentlemen, we are trying to bring the energy and bring the donations in to get to $2,000. That's right, $2,000 is what we're aiming for before the end of tonight. And we're getting very, very close to that, Nigerian Prince, to round off a massive charity month here with thanks to LifeLine.
Yeah, so we've been doing quite well so far. I do want to give a massive thank you to everybody who has donated over the course of our support this year with LifeLine. It's our 3rd year running where we annually support mental health and suicide prevention. So far, we've raised an impressive $1,751, which is just crazy. So massive thank you to you, the viewer, the donator, for being involved with us and being involved in this journey.
It's been absolutely fantastic. We'll get back to you in a moment, Prince. We'll let you head off and sort out your magical dragon over there in South Australia.
Thank you.
As Ikatosh has joined the chat, and like I said earlier in the broadcast, Ikatosh, which is Finnish for strength, of course, and if you believe that, you'll believe anything. He says, good on you guys, and it is great to have you with us here as we continue to look down the field, and that was a shakedown car that we saw going off. And Ikatosh says he didn't know there was a hidden meaning behind Ikatosh, but it, like I said, Finnish for strength and resilience, I do believe. If anyone's out there, Valtteri Bottas, or anybody out there watching, please let us know, because that is, I've got to say that Shakedown, the number 18 entry for BMW, that is not a healthy looking front axle on that car. And there's tyres and wheels not quite exactly pointing in the right direction that they should be. With 23 minutes to go, let's see if he can get this around and into the pits. You can see his front two wheels are looking at each other rather strangely. And there is a whole lot of damage on that car as he stays well clear of Shawnee Fuller and somebody else going through there. And Fiona is supporting the race, and LifeLine as well. Thank you, Princess Fiona. And that VIP badge is looking very nice there. As Norm says, can team turn 3144 watch blue flags, please? And they are coming into the pits, Norm, so I think that might be all she wrote. If they can get that into the pits, we'll wait and see. There's a couple of marshals there, not too interested in helping out there. And, oh, that's just bouncing off the walls, isn't it? A little bit of pinball wizard there, if you don't mind, but that car is now in the pits. We're going to go back to our race class leader, the pro class leader, I should say, in Mint, Matt Simmons. And how good is this man? What a beautiful man he is. 2015 GT Academy champion, and he's that good. He's even driven real cars as well. But 22 and a half minutes remaining in this race, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring this to you here tonight. We kicked off at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and we didn't have anywhere near the numbers that we have now. But I've got to say, Will Star in second for FTSC, and Ferrari again in third for Hoon Corp 2, and HC Lewis. And limited edition, don't forget, of course, thank you Voodoo for the announcement, VIP badges. Use the LifeLine, use LifeLine, of course, to make a donation, $2 or more to enter, and the draw ends with 5 minutes remaining in the race, which we're ticking down now, less than 22 minutes remaining, and we've got 6 entries so far, Prince. It's going to be a humdinger.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing who our second winner is going to be. So, you know, I just want to touch on again, Trevor. I probably sound like a broken record to some people, but we have given away our 3 $100 gift vouchers, thanks to our sponsor SimRigs for providing those. Our winners were Vert Wheeler, Figo, and Sideways Polka. And we've also been giving away some limited edition VIP badges, as Trev mentioned. And, you know, we've been giving away 2 of those. Our first winner was Fiona. If you do want to get involved in that, you know, make a donation to LifeLine, !Lifeline, and $2 or more gets you in the running for that one. On Tuesday next week, we're going to be giving away 2 Moser R5 wheelbases, thanks to our sponsor, GamerGearDirect. So, very generous sponsors that we've had on board this year, Trev, and you know, it's our 3rd year, and it's been an amazing one so far.
It's been an absolutely fantastic ride, Prince. Could not agree more. As Team Little Bear, we're looking at the turn 3144 car, and looking at that Honda. Oh, Wilco's coming in, says Mac Miller, as Psycho going off the track, albeit briefly. He is back on the circuit now in the number 34 Honda, and get a load of this. Fun fact, well, it's not funny, but Team Little Bear just explaining that they changed the name to 3144, 3144, Prince, because that represented the suicides in Australia last year, and 75% of them were men, which is a terrible statistic, Prince. But if we can do anything, even a small part of helping out as being helping out part of the problem, that's all we can do, isn't it? But there we have it. So a little bit of information there from Team Little Bear. They are terrible numbers, Prince.
Yeah, the numbers are terrible and the statistics are terrible as well. And, you know, I had the privilege of talking to LifeLine, you know, in the lead up to kicking everything off. And, you know, we got to talk in depth about everything that they go through from the phone calls to how they manage everything after phone calls and the like. So, you know, we're getting behind a great cause, and the statistics that they were giving me as well were just staggering. So any little bit that we can do, and like we say, this is our third year now that we've gotten behind the cause of mental health and suicide prevention. And I'll get you the exact numbers in just a moment, but I do know that we've raised over $6,500 in 3 years for the cause.
Absolutely terrific. $6,500 in 3 years as Wilco's coming, and he's still on his way. It must be a long walk to the commentary box. Look at you go. And Drex says, how's it going, guys? Absolutely fantastic, Drex. Thank you for tuning in. And Mickey, you're so fine. You blow my mind. And that is very rough. Oh, and Figo there. And he might have the $100 voucher, Prince, but he's still using up every bit of track available to him after 3.5 hours or so. And Mick also just saying that's pretty rough. 20 minutes to go and shakedown out of the race. Not something you want to see.
Yeah, definitely not something you want to see. You know, I mean, I wouldn't want to see it for anybody, you know, especially shakedown. So, you know, it's just one of those sad outcomes. And, you know, it's just endurance racing at its best. You know, sometimes you can make it to the checker flag, and sometimes things are out of your control.
Well, anything can happen, and it usually does. We know that. As geez, Burrow says, Burrow Dog says, geez, just got to work. What's happened to Riggsy? And Riggsy is down there in P8. He's under all sorts of pressure from Figo, and it is very close here heading into turn 16, the final corner here of Kyalami, when we're inside the final 20 minutes of this race. And he's devastated, says Mick. And Fiona there as well, also devastated there with that sad looking emoji. What are you all upset for, guys? Keep it positive and keep the energy coming, because 17 minutes to go, 12 minutes, Prince, until we announce the second of our 2 VIP limited edition badges.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to announcing it. So I believe we've currently got 6 entries or so far. So if you do want to get involved in winning one of 2 limited edition VIP badges, !Lifeline, and make a donation of $2 or more, and you can be in the running.
Did you hear that? $2, Nigerian Prince, for eternal happiness and the chance to win a VIP badge. Princess Fiona's got one. You just jump into the chat, Princess Fiona, and just tell the people how your life has changed dramatically since you've won that VIP badge. It is a lot. Oh, contact! Bang! Crash! He's in the fence! He's in the fence! And Figo's got an almighty amount of damage, and now he's facing the wrong way, I think, coming around the S's. And the yellow flags are out. That is disaster for Figo. And Vintage as well in that squad for Pony Club Racing.
Oh my goodness, this is fantastic!
And it's not so fantastic for Figo at the moment, because that was dreadful. What happened there, Prince?
Oh, look, I caught the tail end of that one, but that's heavy damage and a lot of sadness to the car with Figo on board.
So he's continuing on here, Figo.
Suck my balls, honey. Yeah, you're really
good. And suck my balls, honey. Thank you for that, Ricardo. And Sidorg says that's unfortunate. And I can't really talk like that when Simon's in the chat, because we've had a bit of a testy week. But earlier on today, Prince, we actually agreed not to argue on race day and not to argue in front of the kids. But as Fiona says, she's eternally happy with the badge, Prince. Absolutely life-changing stuff. And Nemo says the type of driving standards, and he's not too happy there. But we can't quite get to the replay, unfortunately, come and go, because it messes up a few other things. But we do apologise about that. But Figo is back out onto the circuit. There's damage to that car, but he's still circulating at a reasonable pace, Prince, with 14 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a matter.
I got fastest lap too.
Now that's kind of where I'm at.
Look at you go.
And Nemo getting amongst it. Eternally grateful is Princess Fiona here with that badge. Not sure what the gap was there. Not sure the gap was there, I should say. I've totally lost the plot there. I do apologise, Carmen. Go. And you leave. There we go. And Sideorg, thank you very much for that. If I had an exclusive limited edition cool badge, it would change the world. Is that how it works, Prince? They're just, they're asking for the badges at the moment. As Nemo says, these Ferraris are way too quick in a straight line and everywhere else on the bloody circuit. He's pretty pissed off, eh?
Yeah, maybe those, maybe the fish and chips went down the wrong way, Nemo.
As Tom, the South African Tom, I don't know whether did he answer that question or not. I'm not sure whether he answered. I've got I'm getting the accents confused, Prince. But did you have a question for Tom while he's watching their Nigerian Prince about the beautiful sunsets at Kyalami, wasn't it?
Yeah, is Kyalami as beautiful in real life as what it is in the game? Can you confirm?
Can you confirm? You sound like Morgan Freeman at the end of Shawshank Redemption, where he goes to meet. Where he goes, yes, I hope the Pacific is as blue as it is in my dreams. I hope. And he meets Andy on the beach in San Juan Negro in Italy, in Mexico, or wherever it is. And you remember the end of it, Prince. You know how it goes, the escape scene and everything. But let's hope that Kyalami is as impressive as it is for Cameron. And thank you very much. And look at that, we've got an announcement to make. We have announcements all... and Wilco almost having a moment there. But congratulations, let me get this out. And congratulations to our 3 $100 gift voucher winners for this evening, with thanks to our sponsor, Sim Rigs. How good are they? Sim Rigs, jump on board and buy something from them, please. Vert Wheeler was the first of them. Figo won in the second hour, and Sideways Polka winning the third of them. And haven't been there, but it's a good track to race on. And it sure is, Tom. Thank you for letting us know about that. Are you satisfied with that answer? Are you satisfied, Prince, with that answer? Because you're only in Nigeria. You could jump across the border there and talk to Tom.
Yeah, look, I'll take it as a satisfying.
As we're getting a few requests for commentator Cam, but I've got to say, Sideorg says, give me the commentator Cam, and he did redeem those coins, I think, somewhere along the line. So we're going to give him the commentator's Cam one more time. Okay, here we go. And as Tommy is in Durban, and let's have a look here. We're going to try and find this commentator Cam here. I've got that many input sources. It's not funny, Prince. As we're going to get back into it in just a few moments, because I'm trying to find it. Here we go. I am back on commentator Cam, ladies and gentlemen. And boy almighty, here's the commentary box. We could do a tour if you like, as I think if we got another donation. And Nemo there, we're looking at Wilco, who is just behind Captain Risky. And as Nemo says, I can be your hero, baby. I can kiss away the pain, oh yeah. I will stand by you forever. You can take my Alonso away, and I can be your hero. And you know how it goes, but there we have it. You can be my hero, Nemo, because we're 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes to go in this one. Tommy, the South African from Durban, says the clips are going to be out of context. You already are, Nemo. You are my hero, baby. And 10 minutes remaining in this race. Prince, help me out here. I've absolutely lost the plot. As Wilco for Kings Racing, right up behind BCG3 and the insurance specialist in Captain Risky. This is a sexy battle here.
Yeah, this is a good battle. Sorry, I got fixated on Ricardo's comment of what's the ugly white box next year. But Wilco, he did promise us that he was going to be in a battle towards the end of the race. And, you know, it looks like we've got ourselves a battle with Mr. Wilco's son in the final 10 minutes for what looks to be P6. But I just want to remind everybody that you have got under 5 minutes now remaining if you would like to go into the draw to win the second and the last final limited edition VIP badge. To enter though, do have to donate $2 or more to LifeLine, !LifeLine, to make a donation.
And look at this, Wilco making moves on Captain Risky as Ricardo says, what's that ugly white box next to you, Ricardo? Oh, he's finally joined us back. He's going to go to the party at Zandvoort later on this evening, but Captain Risky will be getting sweaty palms, knees weak, arms heavy, and there's going to be a little bit of vomit on his sweater already as he looks for Mum Spaghetti. But Jason Wilkinson right up behind him here at the moment. And where do I enter for a badge? Can you please inform Tommy on how he can make a donation here? Because he's got 3 minutes left, Prince. Please give him the information he needs.
Exclamation mark LifeLine in chat.
It's all right. Fantastic! Revel is now reveling in the stream, ladies and gentlemen. He or she is following. And good-looking Rooster says, Mick, thank you for that. And that is fantastic. And breaking news here, Carmen Go said that he feels like there was no... oh, look at this! Enough about me shitting on, because this battle is going down to the wire and down to turns 10 and 11 through the hairpin at the bottom end of this track. And Wilco thought he made the move on Captain Risky, but oh, sparks fly, and there's a Dutch pancake in there if you don't mind, because these two are going balls to the tongs, hammer and tongs at the moment. 7 minutes to go, and Jesus, thank you, Tommy, Mary and Joseph. Look at this battle for P6 at the moment.
Yeah, this is getting intense now, isn't it? You know, Wilco surely knew the outside line at the top of Mineshaft wasn't going to work out for him. So, you know, he's proven that he's maybe got a little bit more pace than what he was showing he had. So, Captain Risky trying to drive as close to pit lane as he can, trying to break Wilco out of the toe. But unfortunately, Wilco is coming. He doesn't care where you're going. He is going to be following. He's all over that mirror, whether you like it or not. He's going around the outside now, which is going to be the inside. He's back behind Trev. I don't know where to look.
Oh, I tell you what,
just take my commentary camera.
It's not about the destination, it's about the journey, or however it goes, because with less than 7 minutes, Wilco is coming. And that's probably not ideal to be just mentioned on the stream. It doesn't sound that great, because he is all up behind Captain Risky. As Carmen Go says, there wasn't a lot of emotion in that song. Oh, they almost touch. Good-looking Rooster says, Mick. Thank you, Tom, for entering for a badge. And Jesus Christ, the comments are going absolutely nuts. Let's make him redo the singing. Commentary cam again. And coming higher, says Jax. And Jack's Crackers there, thank you very much for that, as Wilco has a moment at the hairpin running down to Mineshaft, Prince.
Yeah, very close, very intense there. It's 6 minutes to go. Just want to remind everybody, 1 more minute until we close submissions for the limited edition VIP badge. It'll be drawn very, very soon. Final 1 minute, exclamation mark, a lifeline to make a donation. But Trev, I just wanna make it clear, I redeemed my valuable and precious kid coins. Oh wait, I've got my commentary camera.
We've got a Duff beer here too, if things get serious. As you know how the
I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna leave you to it for a minute. Everyone can enjoy commentary cam and Trev for a bit.
Thank you. The man is back on cam. Thank you to... Oh, and Jason trying to go down the inside there, but that looks like it's going to turn into the outside as we head through turns 3, 4, and heading to the barbecue at turn 5 here at Kyalami. And this is the closest battle on the track, I do believe, unless I'm very much mistaken. And I once thought I was wrong, but it turned out to just be a mistake, but I have no idea what I'm on about at the moment because people are redeeming the coins and they want to see the man back on the cam. But look at this battle. This is where it's at. I was about to say Duff beer for you, Duff beer for me. I'll have a Duff. You can have one too, ladies and gentlemen, out there at the moment. But we'll get back to that because we've got less than 5 minutes remaining in this race. And goodness gracious Mavis, this battle is close as we head down to the hairpin and towards the end of the circuit. And Wilco side by side with Captain Risky. I think he's got the move done, but he's off the track. Oh, Jesus, he's off the track, and now he's very much back on the track. Team Radio, Beaky. Oh, I hate it. Beaky, it's just Beaky redeeming the team radio beeps. Here, ladies and gentlemen, I've absolutely lost the plot after 4 hours of pure, hard racing action. And if you weren't frightened and horny before, well, you should be now because we've still got 45 people watching and 4 minutes of racing to go. And I think Wilco's cooked his bacon. And Mick says he's come along for the ride. Thank you for that, Mick. And there we have some messages coming in on the PSN. Never mind about that, but we'll get back to the front. And it is this man for BCG1 Racing, Mint Matt, on your screen as we almost tick towards 50 followers in the final few minutes of this GamerGearDirect LifeLine Kyalami 4-hour race. And I'm going to go off cam now. And while we wait for Cam to come back, I'm going to go off cam. Goodbye, ladies and gentlemen.
Or did I?
Did I send it?
Oh, send it!
Send it, baby, yeah!
Oh, stuff, guys. Oh,
and
thank you.
Carlos Sainz, the smooth operator. As we look at our race leader here, ladies and gentlemen, we haven't got long to go. It's been an absolute journey. And I think what I was trying to say before was that it's not about the journey, it's about the destination. But there we have it. What a race we've had. What a time we've had on the comments and the live stream. And by the way, Carman Go says he'll be definitely checking out GamerGearDirect, our wonderful sponsors here. And they just love the sort of shenanigans and the absolute scenes and all the business we get on with here. As we've got an announcement to make, Nigerian Prince. I believe it's to do with our limited edition VIP badges that we've got here.
Yeah, so we were giving away 2 limited edition VIP badges as a way to say thank you for donating towards our charity this year at LifeLine. So our drivers got to participate as well to go in the running for one of 3 $100 gift vouchers as well. So we had 2 limited edition VIP badges. And we had our first winner, Fiona, earlier on. And our second winner, congratulations to Team Little Bear.
Congratulations. There we have it. It is closed now. Little Bear for winning the limited edition VIP badge, Princess Fiona. And Team Little Bear going along with that. Your man, Mint Matt, and my man, we can share him evenly because Simon Bishop says that Mint Matt is on the last lap of this race. Prince, where has the time gone? We've still got 50 beautiful people along for the ride with us here on the final lap of this race here at Kyalami.
Yeah, the time has just honestly flown by, hasn't it, Trev? It's been one of those ones where, you know, we were like, oh, 4 hours, let's go, you know, like, you know, we lost our minds during that Spa 6 hour, but I don't know about you, but this 4 hours has just flown by, just completely gone.
And my brain's completely gone as we look at our race leader on the final lap. Awesome, says Mick. Come and go. Thank you. Maddie wants to know what happened to Rubbins Racing. Whereabouts are they? I think they might have dropped off, have they? I think they might have left us and joined the Shadow Realm. Are they off swimming with Harold Holt somewhere? I think they might have been picked up by a Chinese submarine, Prince. What happened to them?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, to be honest. I'm not really too sure.
As Tom the South African says, Kid Byers, you're a legend. And I'm getting a little bit, I'm starting to blush. I'm really starting to blush here, Tom, because I said stop it, because I know that my wife is out there listening and she'll be getting very, very jealous. As enough about that, because around the final corner of the final lap of this race. The GamerGearDirect LifeLine Kyalami 4 hours is won by Mint Matt and the team at BCG1 Racing. What a fantastic performance by them in the Audi, along with Sidog, who jumped in at very short notice. Absolute legend in my book, says Tommy. As we see Willstar, Zesto in the chat as well, along with Willstar across the line. The fireworks are starting here at Kyalami. As I think there was only a couple, in fact, one on the lead lap, I think, there in any event. But HC Lewis for Hoon Corp now coming through. Burra says, well done, lads. The Guardian as well. Tommy redeeming the kid coins. Great to have you along, Tommy, the South African. My favourite South African. I know that's a big call because South Africa's a pretty big place, but you're my favourite South African. Great stuff, boys.
I got fastest lap too.
Oh, look at you go. Salty will go making an appearance there. Thank you, Simon Zesto. Yeehaw! And giddy up, Saints in. Well done to everyone. Jack Snov, nice work, Willstar. Jono Stan amongst it. You're an absolute champion as well. And Hoon Corp, what a night we have had. And what a night we've had. Beaky, congratulations everybody. Highlight of the night, Trevor singing Hero. That should be on the kid coins. And not so sure about that. But Hoon Corp coming around the cheetah, or the final corner now at turn 16. He's got some traffic in his way, but that won't mind, because he comes around, Prince, to complete the last lap. Congratulations to everybody. And we can sort that out on the kid coins. The checkered flag waves, HC Lewis across the line. And then it's Captain Risky as well. But I think we're going to get everybody, stick around, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to get everybody into the post-race press conference to have a chat with them as well. And that is it. Ladies and gentlemen, my dog hasn't stopped howling yet, Trev. That's how much they love the action here for the GamerGearDirect. 4 hours of Kyalami. And you're up next round, says Simon. And well done to BCG. And Jono says, sad I couldn't race, but so happy to see my guys take first. And Fiona, I can be your hero, Fiona. And yeah, that's terrible. My voice is gone, Prince. No more singing for me for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, no, we've done a really good job this evening, and so have the drivers. So congratulations to BCG1 for taking out Pro. Congratulations to Hoon Corp for Pro Am, and I believe congratulations to Matt for taking out Am. So, you know, great results all round, I think, for those guys, and you know, respectively, congratulations to FTC and Hoon Corp again for rounding out your overall top three. But Trev, that 4 hours just flew by, and the drivers produced some good racing, and the money that we've raised today for charity has just been overwhelming. So we can't thank everybody enough. But you know, where do we dissect the race? And I'm looking forward to hearing what some of these drivers have to say.
As we see the last of our drivers coming into the pit lane. I think I've lost my voice. Prince, it's sounding a little bit deeper now, doesn't it? It sounds like one of those generic news reporters. Trevor Byers, Channel 9 News. As Tommy says, the wife might want some singing, and hopefully that is the case by the time I finish up here this evening. And Fiona as well getting amongst it. Congratulations, all great people in here. You're pretty good yourself, Fiona. And good night, ladies and lads. Great job from Carman Go. Thank you, Andrew, for the donation. And we have raised a total of $7,000, get this folks, $7,217 for mental health and suicide prevention in the last 3 years. Thank you so much for your support. And Tommy says, it's beautiful singing though. Tommy's a fan of the singing. He says, I quite like that. Please, sir, could I have some more? And the man from Durban getting up and about in the chair. He's just discovered us tonight, can you believe? Prince.
Yeah, it's overwhelming to see how many people have come out in support of, you know, not only the drivers, the cause, but also your channel today, Trev. So, you know, we've welcomed a lot of new people into the family, and we look forward to building the meaningful connections with you over the coming months.
Absolutely fantastic. Lewis Ikatosh who, yes, like I said, finish for strength. And Matt Simmons, yes! Can you imagine Matt Simmons over the team radio? Yes! Well done, everybody. We did it, guys. We did it. I love you guys. And Nismo saying, phenomenal racing, guys. What an absolute blast. And Sophie King says, broken. And that's a 36-year-old man growing up on the mountain. I can't even talk English anymore. But Mac B Racing, P1 AM, get in there for the AM class. And podium interviews are coming up. We're expanding the family here as we can see there are 50 people still watching the stream, Prince, as I might get you to kick off.
Is that a podium, boys?
Is that a podium?
Is that a podium? That's a podium.
It certainly is. Thank you for that, Will, as we're waiting for the drivers to come into the post-race driver interviews. So stick around, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for that.
Is that a podium, boys?
As
Is that a podium? That's a podium.
That's a podium, all right. As you can see, there's still 50 people watching the stream, and we are going to get our drivers in very, very shortly, Prince. We might just run a quick ad break, which is not actually an ad break. It's a jazzy intro created by our good friend Andrelli, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly for the post-race driver interview. Stay with us. Let's get on with it. 3, 2, 1. We're almost ready. Are you ready? Go, go, go! Green, and away we go. Summer Series 25 drivers streaming down into turn 1, and already Wilco looks like he's got the jump on Albert and takes the lead, but Albert is not done with yet. He's going to go around there. Sexy Rexy, yibbida, folks, down there in 4th, and all the while this is giving Wilco the chance to pull out in front. Themselves up here in the opening lap, but Bob, it's well, it's been hectic, but not quite as hectic as what I thought it would be. Down the inside of Sideways, is it going to work, Bob, or is it going to end in tears? I think it's come off. Yes, it has. And it's Wilco with a nose in front as we come through to complete the lap. Sideorg, our winner from last week and championship leader, King in there as well. And don't tell me Wilco could have gone from 1st to 3rd in a matter of corners here, Bob. I reckon he's lost the lead and he could be down to 3rd by the end of the opening lap. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the post-race driver interviews here after what has been an incredible Lifeline 4 hours, with thanks to GamerGearDirect and Lifeline, of course, the 4 hours of Kyalami. And we have got our race winners, our top 3, in fact, podium finishers here with us. And we might start with one of my favourite drivers in sim racing in general. I speak of none other than Sideorg. Sideorg, have you got us there, mate?
I do, mate.
Fantastic stuff. We agreed at the start of today, mate, that we wouldn't argue on race day. Not in front of the kids anyway, mate, but talk us through that race here this afternoon and into this evening. A fantastic result for you, mate, at fairly short notice, I believe.
Yeah, mate, it was good. That first stint was pretty full on. Hope it was good watching. It was pretty hard to keep Twitchy behind. He was pretty fast through the bendy bits, but our thing was so fast down the straighty bit, so it was just kind of trying to keep them at bay as best we could, and then trying to keep pressure on. And it was quite unfortunate what happened to their car, I think, because Hyper was doing so well prior to that. But they will take a lot from that, I think, as well. And then from our perspective, just to be able to bring it home in one piece was a win in itself, I think.
Great stuff, and mate, it's been a fantastic effort from you tonight. Just back from Amsterdam, of course, mate. Part of the winning squad here tonight, and congratulations, mate. And we will chat again very, very shortly. Thank you.
Thanks, mate, and congrats to everybody else that finished the race, I think, because that was a tough one.
It was a tough one, no doubt, as we head along to Matt Simmons. That's right. The Matt Simmons, you notice one of, if not the favourite of mine. But Matt, you are fantastic. You're a fantastic human being, and you took out the prize, the top prize again tonight with your mate Sidehawk. Talk us through your race and how you saw things here tonight at Kyalami.
Thanks, mate. Lots of fantastic people here this evening. Yeah, it was flawless. Like Simon does his thing as he always does in the start of the race. So he was a safe pair of hands and enjoyed watching the battle between him and Twitchy. And then it was just full on with trying to keep it really close, in touch with the Hooncourt boys, and Hyperdrift, was absolutely on it. So unfortunate where he went off, but it was easy to do. Anyone could have done it. It was just one of those really tricky areas. So big damage. So it did put him out, but hopefully he holds his head high because he was running really well to that point. But from our end, we're absolutely stoked. I think they obviously took a lot of pressure off, so we're able to just cruise home the last hour. Car was mega the whole time, so it was certainly still learning everything as we keep going. So that worked out well. Well done to the other podium boys and generally everyone. As Simon said, it's a hard slog. This track fights hard, so it was nice to see how many people still running around towards the end. Just a quick shout out to the BCG2 boys, Keaton and Nemo Norm, for getting up to P4 after not sure what happened at the start, but they went from P2 to the pit lane, so they did a mega recovery back to P4, and the other BCG3 boys getting from 19th to 5th. So all around, done really well, and I think we're stoked to take the win.
Well, mate, fantastic. Absolutely terrific performance tonight. Always a pleasure to watch both yourself and Simon work your craft behind the wheel, mate. 138 laps of this track is no easy feat for the both of you, so congratulations, and thank you for taking the time out, mate, to talk to us here tonight.
Cheers, guys. Well done, everyone, on the charity as well. Some really good donating, so awesome cause. Well done, everyone, on a great night.
Fantastic. Thank you, Matt Simmons and Simon Bishop, Sidehawk, aka Sidehawk. I think we're going to talk to the top three, Prince. Top three in each class, I believe. So I think we might head across to Willstar now for FTSC 1. And I think we might have Zesto in there as well in the waiting room somewhere. But Will, have you got us there?
Yeah, I'm here, guys.
Mate, P2 tonight, best finish, well, you finished first, obviously, in Watkins Glen, mate, but talk us through the race tonight for your squad and how you saw it from your perspective.
This is definitely a very tough track. We had a pretty decent spin at the second last corner, and I had a decent off track through the second sector as well. We didn't make it easy for ourselves, but yeah, I'm surprised with this P2, to be honest. I thought we'd be up there, but not that far up there.
Great stuff, and yeah, the conditions out there looked a little bit difficult towards the end, mate. We saw the sun setting. Did that make it difficult, of course, to find your braking points? And there's a bit of traffic out there as well, mate, but how was it in the late stages?
It was actually not too bad in the late stages. We put pretty high tyre pressures in, which helped as the track temp dropped off. But at the start of the race, our car was so slidey. That was probably the most challenging part of the whole thing.
And, well, mate, you did absolutely fantastic. Have we got, congratulations, mate, P2 in your pro class. Have we got Zesto in there? We've got every man and his dog in the chat here tonight, but have we got Zesto in there, Prince, at all? We had him, during the race.
Kind of drag everybody in the waiting room up. No, it doesn't look like we do.
That's okay. We might move along to, I think, have we got Keaton in here for BCG2? The BCG2 boys, have we got them in here, Prince? Armstrong wheels around, goes with the short pass to
name, like, I know names, but I don't know team names. Nemo's here.
And
fish out of water.
Nemo, mate, you've got us there loud and clear, mate. How have you been? How's life? And how did you see the race tonight?
Yeah, no, life's good, mate. Yeah, the race was pretty good. We got stuffed around at the start. Had like a little bug that forced us to the pit lane, so to make it back to where we made it was pretty good. So yeah, no, just real happy with that.
And so just looking ahead to the next round. What can you see in the future for your team? BCG2, BCG1 doing very well, and BCG2 is the aim to beat the #1 squad here.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I think we're working well as a team, the whole 4 cars. So, yeah, I can't see why not.
Well, thank you, mate. Congratulations tonight. Podium finish in your class, my friend, and all the best for the future and your life in general. And hopefully we see you back playing cricket this season, mate. Well done.
Thanks, champ.
And thank you. Have we got Norm in here? I don't think I don't think we've got Norm or Keaton. So Prince, who else have we got in the next class? Is it the PM class? I think HC Lewis. I think we've got him here for Hoon Corp 2. So we might have a chat with HC Lewis. Have you got us there loud and clear?
Yeah, roger.
Roger that. Okay, mates, talk us through your race tonight for Hoon Corp. First in your class, mate. Terrific performance from you in the Ferrari.
Yeah, terrific performance from me and Ika. We started a bit further down the pack than the rest of everyone. Oh, actually, with Keaton and such. But yeah, just keeping calm, consistent, making our way through the pack and come along with a first in our class.
Great stuff, mate. Fantastic performance. 4 hours. It's not an easy track to pump in the laps, mate. So well done on the win in your class, mate. Fantastic performance tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that curve was crazy.
Yep, I think he's talking about the cheetah, is he, Prince, there? The cheetah curb. Who else have we got next here, Prince? The names have gone off my screen. How well are we travelling here tonight? Have we got Butler, I think, who else?
Yeah.
Lewis's teammate.
Yeah,
There we go. We've got Ikatosh with us. Big hello to you, Ikatosh. If you can hear us, please confirm. Hello. Now, I may have been heard in the stream mentioning your name, Ikatosh. Like I said, it is the Finnish word for strength, I do believe. But don't quote me on that. But talk us through your race, mate. A fantastic result for you, your team here tonight.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we did start a fair bit down. Qualifying probably didn't go as well as we thought, but we knew just to keep it safe, keep it on the track. We had a real good fight in a close battle in the first stage. We managed to get just ahead of it, and I think that's really what allowed us to pull ahead. Then we just kept it on the track, kept consistent pace. A few others had, issues out there. Fortunate, of course, for our teammates who are in contention to have that bad accident, of course, but then we just needed to, try pick up the pace and at least pull a good result home for the team. So yeah, we're ecstatic, to be honest, and head of the class and as well a general, high position as well. So couldn't ask for more.
Well, great stuff, mate. Fantastic performance tonight. We followed your progress closely, mate, but congratulations, and you sound over the moon with that result. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic stuff there. As Ikatosh there joining us. Who else have we got? Prince in the chat. I can't see who's in the chat, but who else have we got here?
We do have our AM class winner.
Yeah, we got P2 in Pro Am. Nismo and Smitty. Lucky I'm here.
Direct it.
So Nismo and Smitty are with us. Nismo, we'll start with you, mate. Talk us through that race tonight. It was absolutely epic, and it certainly was a challenge for all of the drivers out there. I'd love to get a few words in your own language.
Unmute your mic.
I had a very good race. It was fantastic out there, but it was also tough at the same. Have we got you there?
No, yeah, hey guys, how you going?
Just absolutely fantastic at the moment. How are you going, my friend, after that epic race here at Kyalami tonight?
Mate, I think we came in here with zero expectations. I mean, this was our first endurance on ACC. It was our first endurance with you guys. To come away with a class podium is just absolutely phenomenal. Scott did a mega job dialing in the setup and just keeping it on the black stuff. Obviously gutted for Hyper and Twitchy. They did a stellar job right up until they hit the curb, which it could have happened to anyone. Yeah, just out of breath because we were on the verge of losing a top 10 overall there, so we were sort of racing for keep right up to the last lap there. But yeah, no, absolutely stoked with how the night's gone, and the mighty Aston Martin, which, yeah, bring on Silverstone, I reckon.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic, mate. Well summed up. Congratulations on the result tonight, and we will catch you next time around. Thank you.
Awesome. Cheers, boys.
As we head along to Smitty, your partner in crime. Smitty, have you got us there?
Yeah, got you there, mate.
Loud and clear, my friend. Talk us through the race, mate. How did you see it here tonight? Always a difficult one. 4 hours or around a track like this can always be challenging, can't it?
Oh, especially around this place. I'm just happy I didn't take on the sausage. I think over 2 hours worth of driving and not to ride the sausage, I'm well impressed.
And always not to ride the sausage there. That's interesting. I've been in the commentary box for 4 hours and 33 minutes, and that is interesting. But no, just how did you see those stints there? Obviously, not much in the way. Fairly clear conditions, mate, but still always a challenge given the dangerous nature of the sausages around here.
Yeah, look, we were lucky. A lot of the times we didn't have a lot of traffic around, so we could just focus on doing what we needed to do, and I think that's staying out of trouble is what got us where we got to. And as Nate said, to come in this with zero expectation and turn into what it turned into is great. I'm stoked.
Oh, fantastic stuff, mate. A terrific effort tonight, and never easy, the Endurance Series races, mate. Congratulations, and a fantastic performance for you guys tonight. Well done.
Awesome. Thank you.
Fantastic stuff. They are our top 3 or 6 or 9 or whatever we had there. I know we were missing a couple, but, well, we are going to get ready to sign off here.
Class Butler.
But we got Butler. We got Butler on the buses, Butler. And Stan Butler, have you got us there?
Yeah, mate.
That's all right. How could I... we saved the best to last. How could I forget? But Butler, talk us through your race and give us a word on how you saw things tonight.
Oh, God. Where do I start? Yeah, sketchy start with problems with Mac. Mac did an epic job. I can't speak highly enough of that guy and what he does with that BMW. He's just next level. He really is. So it was touch and go in the start. Then we just knuckled down, put lap after lap after lap after lap. Just clean laps to try to minimise the mistakes, and yeah, got the win, got the AM win. So we're both absolutely just wrapped as.
All right, fantastic stuff. And what are the expectations heading to the next round of this Australian-New Zealand Endurance Series, mate? Can you do the same again next time around? Are you expecting the same?
Yeah, we are. We've set a standard and put a target on our back now, so you can come chase us.
Great
you
stuff,
can come
mate.
Chase us, so yeah.
Great stuff. Congratulations, mate. Fantastic result for you guys tonight, and all the best. We'll see you next time around.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Great, absolutely great commentary. Great. Thank you so much.
Great stuff. Thank you, Butler, for that. We've heard from our drivers post-race, and we're just going to give a quick update on the impressive amount. I think that's putting it mildly, Voodoo. $1,755.69 raised for LifeLine, raising awareness for mental health and suicide prevention. And to say we greatly appreciate it, Voodoo, is a masterpiece of understatement, because what a fantastic night we've had here.
Yeah, exactly. And to add on to that total as well, I just saw we got a $50 donation from Aiden as well, to add on to the tally as well. So yeah, an overwhelming support for Lifeline here this year, all round, and we can't thank our drivers enough for that, and thank everybody in chat enough for that over the course of today. It's been greatly appreciated and supported, and I don't think we've got the words to say thank you enough, Trev.
No, we certainly don't. It's been a fantastic effort from everybody in the chat, everybody who's donated, and everybody who has been racing tonight. I know you're there, Wilco. Before we let you go as well, just if you'd like to, if you have a special message or you want to say thanks to anyone, we know you put a terrific amount of work in putting this on, mate, so the floor is yours.
No, first off, thanks to all those drivers that raced today. Looks like we had pretty much everyone finished, I think, so that's
good effort. There was a few upsets during the race. People crashing and stuff, but everyone stuck it out. So that's always a good sign. So yeah, congrats to the podiums of all three classes. Obviously the BCG one boys, of course. Your two favourite drivers, Trev, just dominated tonight. So yeah, unlucky for Twitchy and stuff, but unfortunately, sometimes mistakes happen. But oh well, that's we move on. I'm sure they'll be back for the next race. No, massive thanks to yourself, Trev, Voodoo, and of course Rob from Friday night. So 4 hours on a Sunday, you guys give up your time and do an amazing job. So I'm sure everyone that's watched today has enjoyed it. I enjoy it when I watch it after a stint and can have a bit of a laugh. And yeah, no, it's been an awesome day, awesome week. So big thank you to Voodoo for setting this whole thing up. So getting all the prizes and setting up the link for LifeLine, like he's done that all. So big props to you, mate. You do an amazing job as usual every August. So third year, and you're over about $7,000 now. So you're doing an amazing job, mate. All right, much love. But yeah, we've got a couple months off actually. Next race is Silverstone, 6 hour in November. So yeah, pardon me. Should be a good time. Had a ripper battle with Risky, by the way. I just saw that his message pop in then. So yeah, that was a nice exciting finish to the race. But big thank you to everyone, and we'll catch you in Silverstone.
Great stuff, and thank you, Jason Wilkinson there, and what a fantastic job he does.
Also,
yep.
Sorry, big thank you to Andrelli and Barra too for all their hard work behind the scenes. So I had to get that in there too.
Great stuff, Andrelli and Barra. And thank you, Jason Wilkinson. I was about to say, does great work on the track and also off the track as well, behind the scenes, getting all this set up. Wilco, thank you. We will talk to you very, very shortly.
Yep.
Oh,
beautiful.
Thank you. Look at you. There we have it. Yes, live. We got it. We got it out of him live. But ladies and gentlemen, Voodoo, mate, signing off over there in South Australia. We're not done. We're not quite done with charity month yet, are we? We've still got another chance on Tuesday night with Shakedown to get some more donations in.
Yeah, so currently our total is $1,800 raised, or just a bit over $1,800 raised for LifeLine so far this year, but the antics aren't over yet. On Tuesday, though, they will come to an end because we've got Shakedown, the GamerGearDirect LifeLine Sprint Series season finale at Kyalami of all tracks on Tuesday. So definitely be sure to be here 8 p.m. Eastern time. It's going to be good. We're also going to be giving away 2 Moser R5 wheelbases, Trev.
That's great.
I'm eagerly looking forward to that.
Fantastic. The Monza wheelbases are going to be terrific. But that's all we've got time for, ladies and gentlemen. You heard the Prince. You need to give him not only your bank account details, we actually do need to give him, you can give him your bank account details in this instance. But Tuesday night from 8 p.m. Eastern, it is Shakedown, the LifeLine GamerGearDirect LifeLine Sprint Series. That is going to be a fantastic battle on Tuesday night, Prince, between the South African Johnny Sinekis and a few others. But that is all we've got time for, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to everybody in the chat. It's been absolutely fantastic. All of the drivers, everybody behind the scenes, and with thanks to our big sponsors, simrigs.com. Of course, they were handing out the $100 gift vouchers. Fantastic stuff. Cataclysm and GGD Simulation Superstore, and also to LifeLine, of course. Fantastic cause, and whatever we can do to help, it's the least we can do. But thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for watching. That is us signing off. That's a wrap here on the Kid Buyers Racing League Twitch channel. That was the 4 hours of Kyalami, with thanks to GamerGearDirect and LifeLine. Be kind to one another. We'll see you next time around, but it's bye for now.